Good morning, everyone. It's a new day, and we are beginning the second day of our event Time in a New Way. Hello, I'm Polmi Bhomik. I'm going to be your anchor for the day, the second day of our virtual extravaganza Time, the influence of media on entertainment. After receiving an overwhelming response of over 3,000 registrations from all across India, from different students from a wide variety of colleges and other institutions. We are so very welcoming every one of them to join us today. Time is basically giving a platform to all the students who want to show their excellence, their skill, and they want to present it virtually to all others across the nation. Today we have with us very well-known panelists who will be speaking on behalf of the topics which they have been given. And we will also have a national oratory competition, a national filmmaking competition. This oratory competition has been given on the basis of the topics which are currently prevalent and which are very interesting for the students of today's generation. Rather, we can say that this topic has been carefully chosen for the millennials or the Gen Z. The National Amateur Short Filmmaking Competition is one such platform which is giving all of these budding talents a platform to show their skills, to show their ideas, to present them to the whole world. And Time, the influence of media on entertainment, is one such very gala platform which has come to the second day, and we are very excited to see what we have in store for today. To start off with the session, we have very renowned keynote speaker with us, Mr. Amrish Shah, who is a screenwriter, an author, and also a brain health practitioner from Bollywood. We would like to have him speaking on the topic that how binge watching on OTT platforms is the new trend for the millennials of the Gen Z of today. We would like to have him on screen and share his opinions and views on what he feels. Good morning, sir. Welcome to Time, the influence of media on entertainment. We would like to welcome you to present your thoughts and idea.
Namaskar. Thank you, Polomi. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're perfectly audible and
Mum- Mum-
visible.
Mumbai, Kolkata, big time difference.
It's
So
really
it's a
nice to have you.
yeah. Dear honorable members of the staff at NSHM, other educational heads who are watching this amazing event, Time 2021 today, chief dignitaries, fellow students, and all my friends out there. I am humbled and equally thrilled to share my thoughts at the Time 2021 event. What timing! We're just scraping out of the pandemic, getting back on our feet, and here we are. Everything probably long forgotten, just like a story. Such is life. The only thing that I have learned in life, in a one-line story, life goes on. Whether it's you, whether it's me, or anybody else. So let's move on for the thoughts that I would like to share on binge watching on OTT, the new IT trend. Aren't we so excited to catch up the latest show? Aren't we hooked onto it? We forget our family, our friends, our studies, which we shouldn't. But we get completely captivated by binging on content after content because we are human, wired with story. How did story began? Probably million of years ago, when we were cavemen hunting, looking for food around a fire. One person would say that today I saw a red berry and I tasted it, but it was very, very spicy and it burnt my chest. Please don't have it. Another person said, today I went far, far away and I found a fresh body of water and I quenched my thirst like there is no tomorrow. Everybody should go and quench their thirst over there. Story became our life in terms of sharing thoughts and guiding each other to forge ahead. Tomar shur, moder shur, Shrishi korur, koik shur. Tomar shur, moder shur, Shrishti korur, koik shur. Pardon my Bengali, I'm just trying to learn the sweetness of the language, the richness of the literature, the flamboyance of the Bengali culture, and many other cultures of India as we speak today. Thank you for being here. Today I'm going to tell you 4 stories, like a recent anthology I saw on one of the OTTs, the Ray anthology. One of my all-time favorite filmmakers, studied him in my college days. 4 short stories and I was enamored. So I also have 4 tiny stories. Maybe a gulab jamun, maybe a cham cham, maybe a rasmalai, and my favorite, mishti doi. But before that, why OTT? And why binge watching? And why the IT trend? And where are we going from here in terms of commerce? These are the questions we get. $1.5 billion. That's the market share of the OTT video in India in 2021. In 2025, we may touch $4 billion of market share OTT video. In 2030, we as Bharat, India, our OTT market share may cross $12.5 billion in video and $2.5 billion in audio. You should Google the numbers because this matters where we are going in terms of our livelihood, our commerce, our passion, our profession. And that is what we are all here for, to get guided, to understand the influence of media and entertainment today and to create our own futures. These statistics are according to the report by RBSA advisors and as reported at many national online publications. The report also says that there will be more penetration of OTT in tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities. So it's going to be a huge match, a game. We all are part of this game and we all have to play to the best of our abilities. Come what may. I'm with you. The OTT market in India is expected to grow at 28% CAGR over the next 4 years itself. Let's start with my 4 stories. Enough of the statistics, but let's have some fun. That's what entertainment is all about. To engage you, to entertain you, and to enrich you. And you will vote for me after this speech of mine online wherever possible, whether you liked it, whether you got entertained, whether you were enriched, and whether you were engaged. Please, don't be generous. Be critical about it. Thank you. 4 stories. First story, scam. We all probably have seen scam on the screen, at home, on our mobile phone, at a friend's place. Incidentally, I reside in Mumbai, very close by to where Mr. late Harshad Mehta used to stay, 15 minutes away. My school and college were just 15 minutes away from the Bombay High Court where a lot of trials happened, as seen in the show Scam. My first job in entertainment and media was at a studio called Western Outdoor, 15 meters away from the Bombay Stock Exchange. Hansal Mehta, the creator of the show Scam, I would bump into him every day at the Jew morning run at the Jew beach. And we would just smile. Shreya Dhanvantri, she stays very close by to where I stay today in Mumbai. Pratik Gandhi, a Gujarati like me, somewhere in my locality. But they scammed me. I couldn't come up with something so brilliant and so timely for today's times. My friends, this is OTT. innovate, understand the needs of the audience, and create your own voice. Don't follow the herd mentality. Don't run behind filmmakers, writers, authors who have done their journey or who are still in their journey. They're good. Read them, watch them, but your voice is what's going to take the OTT further and further. And it's so important. For me, the most brilliant scene in Scam was towards the end in the series where Mr. Harshad Mehta very wisely says that greed is of no use after all of this. Even a few crores in his language, in his words, as per the dialogue, is good enough to live a good quality life with dignity, happiness, and health. Three-pronged structure that I believe can create a fabulous OTT system. The first one, marketing and finance. We need to have sufficient finance to create content after content, to create the right teams, to be there. Marketing, so important. We need to catch that boy in his college. We need to catch that housewife after she cooks her meal. We need to catch that senior citizen when he comes back home after his evening walk. And we need to engage them with marketing to keep them on their toes. The moment they finish a series, we have something for you. Second, technology, algorithms, artificial intelligence, viewers, data. Prime important. This understands every viewer, every audience's likes, dislikes, engagement. And then we serve them as an author, as a filmmaker, as a communication expert, as a technology expert working for an OTT or in the system. We serve them by understanding what are they looking at, what is making them thrilled, where are they getting engaged day after day, and we need to give them that. That's our job as entertainers, as communicators. And the third prong, content, story, what we share with each other at the adda, and the classroom, maybe at the water cooler, maybe at the park. Human beings are wired for story because story gives meaning to our lives. We need to understand every human being is a story. You are a story, I am a story. There's a gentleman this morning I met at the Juhu Beach, 70-year-old man, dresses up in different colorful clothes every day, like a Bengali sweet shop. Amazing to see him. And he starts singing a new song every day on one of those mobile phone apps to entertain maybe his girlfriend, or maybe the fan following that he engages at the age of 70. And that keeps him going. And that keeps his fans going. Music, personality, character. These are stories. These are all stories. And most importantly, I would like to tell you that one day, few years back, I was like you, standing over there, sitting over there, and wondering, these dignitaries, these speakers, these stars, these writers, authors, media moguls, these professors, these principals of colleges and institutions, how they have made it so great. I'm not even a patch on this, and I don't know where I'll go. I don't know how I'll go further. This still happens to me today. We are humans. So, my message to you is, don't worry about how will it happen, doubts. No. The person who's speaking to you today is also full of doubts. Also doesn't know where he needs to go from here, but he's figuring it out. So the key one-line story to that is persistence. Keep pursuing what you want to do, but with education, knowledge, and evolution. Evolve on the job, in your passion, constantly, and level up. Level up so much that you are ahead of times and not behind. That's my success secret to you today. Writing my mantra is right from within. Your unique voice, I repeat. In hindsight, when I look at my journey, I can only say that as an author, as a screenwriter, for me, Indian ethos, gold standards of storytelling, a story well crafted and well told is more than enough. I see a story in every corner of this amazing, brilliant nation. Every fabric of this country, the human fabric, has a story. Go, talk to them, understand their journey so far, and most importantly, the journey from here onwards. That is what our story is all about. How far we have come and how far we need to go from here. This is what story does to us. A reflection of who we are. The future of OTT, the way I envision, like one of the shows I saw, Bandersnatch, I believe the title, on one of the famous platforms, alternative content, choices, options. Even I saw a children's show called Carmen, where you could actually, on the remote, choose a different ending, choose a different option that your protagonist has to take or the villain has to take. I see this as a future where on your remote, on your mobile phone, you can composite your story the way you like it. Imagine. Imagination is the key. Like Einstein said, knowledge can only take you from point A to point B, but imagination can take you everywhere. I don't need to tell the people of Kolkata or the people of this nation what imagination has brought us to today, the good side of it. Imagine your protagonist, a female protagonist. When I watch her in a story on an OTT, I'm in Chennai and I see her against a Chennai backdrop, a South Indian backdrop. When you watch it in Kolkata, you watch it in a Bengali setting, maybe the Howrah Bridge, maybe the Ganges. When I watch it in Mumbai, I see it against the beach, the skyline. Same character, same story, but technology is going to take us there very soon. And the options are unimaginable. And we have to create those options. We have to level up, like I said, the game. Bottom line, innovation in story will give us what we don't have right now, will give us our future. Tomini Prem Koro. In my docudrama on Mother Teresa, the second story, I learned from Mother Teresa when my team was shooting in Kolkata and Rome. When I was looking at the footage, I learned one very important lesson which I have to share with you. Most important probably for the entire session today. Good morning if you haven't woken up yet. Have your coffee, have your chai. The lesson that I learned from Mother Teresa after doing a docudrama on her also had featured Penelope Cruz from the Hollywood industry. She's a big follower of Mother Teresa. The docudrama called Beatification of Mother Teresa was showcased in Cannes. And what I learned after the entire process, what Mother Teresa said in one of her lines, whatever you do it with love. I think it's a life lesson for all of us, and I'm still getting there. I happen to hear Paulomi Bhaumik as to what she wants to become. She's part of the NSHM team doing a brilliant job. And she said she wants to be a PR and communication expert. These are stories. These are dreams that are coming true as we speak. Suman Banerjee wants to be a brand expert. Again, storytelling should be the foundation to our existence, to our profession, to our virtues, and to our kindness, compassion, and love for humanity. Khub Balo. Finally, Arunima Sinha. the world's first female amputee who climbed Mount Everest. You should look up her story. And she has humbly endorsed my novel, Rose Bullet, which is available on Amazon.in right now, also on my website, www.supermindstudio.com, for you. Arunima Sinha, in her words, has kindly said about the novel Rose Bullet, an explosion of daredevilry. So here I leave you with a single message. Daredevilry is the key to achieve what we want to. Thank you, Tumini Prem Koro.
That was really exciting to hear this from you, sir. Now, I have a little question from you. Like, there we always hear a saying that the content is the key in OTT platform. So, I would like to know your viewpoint on this. Like, how do you feel audience have kind of expectation from the content of OTT? Like, is that quite different from what they have from mainstream commercial movies from which are there in the theaters, or it's quite like an amalgamation of both ways? What's your viewpoint on this?
Very, very good question. Thank you, Polomi. I wish I had a Rosgulla next to me. I could be much more sweeter. Sorry for the little stern attitude in Mumbai. You know, we are a little stuck up, unlike the people of Kolkata who are always flying and happy. And we are also happy, but there's a difference. So yeah, the question about content is king. I believe content is king. I learned that when I joined one of the biggest networks 20 years back. But now I believe content is kingdom. We are not just talking about fictional story, we are talking about non-fiction too. We understand how a breaking news can destroy somebody's life. We understand how the social media can build somebody's life or destroy somebody's life. So we need to understand we are in the kingdom of content, and each one is a soldier protecting herself and the people around them. With great power comes great responsibility. Not my line, from Spider-Man. But we need to always understand we create the content understanding that we are going to survive and thrive in this kingdom of our own content.
That was really exciting and interesting and a very insightful conversation with you, sir. I hope our audience have also got a lot of insightful and in-depth understanding about the OTT platform and the present trend among the millennials to binge watch on the OTT series. And we wish we had a lot of more ample of time to have a lot more with you. But unfortunately, there is a time crunch and we cannot take it further. But we were very humbled and grateful to hear have you with us today. Thank you so much, sir, for this keynote session from your end, and we are looking forward to hear more from you in future.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. Now we are coming to the next part of our second day event of Time, the influence of media on entertainment. That was a really insightful conversation with Mr. Amrisha in the first half, where our audience and we got a very in-depth knowledge about his viewpoints on how this binge-watching culture among the youth of today is prevalent in the today's OTT world. Our next part of the day is going to focus basically on the politics and youth of India. With everyday newspaper flipping and everyday newspaper channel serving, we come across a lot of news. And one thing which are striking us today is the awareness among the youth of today regarding whatever is going on in the world. Be it social media serving, be it binge watching, be it watching news on digital platforms, on televisions, or in newspapers, whatever ways. The youth and the next generation of today, they are quite interested and hooked on to know what's going on around them. So today, On this occasion, we have with us a very renowned journalist with us, the Chief Sub Editor of Press Trust of India, Ms. Rumela Sinha, with us to share her viewpoint on how youth and India and their politics are interlinked. We would like to welcome Ms. Rumela.
Hello.
Good morning, ma'am.
Uh,
Welcome to Time.
very good morning to all of you there. And thank you for inviting me, giving this platform. Yeah, as she mentioned, I am Rumela. I'm a journalist with PTI. It's a news agency. And should I just get on with the topic today?
Sure, ma'am, you can start. We are really
Okay.
looking forward to have this.
Thank you so much. So, the topic that I'm going to talk about today is youth and politics. Uh, it's a topic that is quite close to my heart. In my college days, I've seen how energy, vibrancy of youth have led to fierce political movements. Yeah, I've also seen my friends getting disillusioned with politics. I myself have always been very vocal about my political opinions and views. So it is a topic that is quite close to my heart. And there are very many aspects to this topics. I am just going to raise a few today. I hope you guys get to, identify with some of the topics that I raise. I wish there was a feedback mechanism too, because I would have loved to hear what you guys have to say on this topic. Anyway, so let's start this session today. So, if I were to ask some of you that what is it that you can instantly think of when we say the word politics? Yeah, the images that come to your mind when I say the word politics. It could be anything. It could be the street protests. It could be the rallies, which lead to traffic snarls and we get stuck very often, especially in cities like Calcutta. It could be the wall paintings. They are quite synonymous with politics. It could be the elections, the booths and the long queue outside the election booths. It could be many things. If nothing, it could be the parliament, the picture of a parliament. So much, you know, comes to a mind when we talk about the politics. If nothing, আমাদের দাবি মানতে হবে and ইনকিলাব জিন্দাবাদ are the slogans that we can think of when we talk about politics. So politics is all of that, but it isn't just that. It is so much more. You know, Politics is what is happening in your backyard, in your locality, in your state, in our country. Let's say the food we buy, yeah, the books we read in schools, the laws we follow every day, what we think is fair and unfair, the rights we enjoy or we are deprived of. All of that is politics. Yeah, nothing or none of that would have been there if our political leaders wouldn't have taken certain decisions. Now I'll be asking one more question. If I were to ask, name some young and vibrant political leaders, prominent ones, say more specifically the MPs or the MLAs that you can think of right now. The obvious names probably that I'm going to get are Abhishek Banerjee, since he is the face of TMC right now. We're all in Bengal. Or maybe we could talk about Aditya Thackeray, yeah, the Thackeray family. Or we can also think of Tejasvi Surya, yeah, young and budding leader. But if you think carefully, you will see that all of these leaders hail from political families. Some 10 to 15 years ago, if somebody were to ask me this question, I would have probably said Rahul Gandhi, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Sachin Pilot, so on and so forth. But notice what is common between these two set of leaders, Abhishek Banerjee, Aditya Thackeray, or Rahul Gandhi, Jyotiraditya Scindia. I'm sure many of you have already understood, guessed it. It's dynasty politics. Yeah, we live in a democracy, but what I'm talking about right now is dynasty politics. So, yeah, even as we acknowledge the fact that youth do take part in politics, say Kanhaiya Kumar, or we have an Oishi Ghosh too, we also cannot deny the fact that not many of them get to walk the corridors of power, which is the parliament or the state legislature, before the age of 40 or 50 if they do not hail from a political family. Yeah. There are some exceptions though, and those are the exceptions that probably keeps our hope alive. Yeah, think of TMC MP Mohua Moitro. Think of Jignesh Mevani. He's an independent legislator from Gujarat. They are the exceptions. You know, Moitro gave up her job as investment banker to join politics. Jignesh Mevani also gave up his job as a journalist to join politics. Yeah, and both of them have entered state legislatures in their 30s. But again, there's a but. Do you see Mahua Maitra at the forefront of TMC politics? You know, her videos may go viral, but do you see her at the forefront of TMC's politics? I guess not really. But then again, in the days to come, we can really hope that there will be more such examples like Moitro, like Mevani. We also hope that their parties give them plum posts, proper jobs, top posts in their party. You know, youth in this country can be movers and shakers. They can make and break if they want. Yeah, they have that power. You know, they can take to the streets, they can use social networks, communities to connect, they can express their voices, raise their voices, and they can campaign for a cause if they want. They can protest against authoritarian regimes, as we have seen in multiple countries over the years. They can raise their voice against corruption, inequalities. They can fight for sustainable development, you know, for the future of our current generation as well as the next generation. They have that power. However, the political representation of young women and men are still very limited in our country. Not just in our country, in most countries, I believe. Take, for example, the protest at JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi, over fee hike. I'm sure many of you remember. It's a recent one. You know, it was all over the press, national media, international media. It forced the central government, the university authorities, as well as all stakeholders to sit straight and take note of what is happening. You know, the protests intensified and it spilled out on the streets. There was so much being written about it. Eventually, the hike was partially rolled back. Yeah, the students, the protesters, the demonstrators, not all of them were very happy about the decision, the partial rollback. But what's noteworthy here is the administration had to tweak its decision, had to change its decision. Yeah, going by the protest. And that, my friends, is the power of youth. That is the power of youth. You know, India is a country where 50% of the population are around 25 years or a little over it. 65% of the population are around 35 years. This is like an information given by the Registrar General and Census Commissioner. In 2020, it was found that the average age of an Indian is 29 years. Now, wait for it. The 17th Lok Sabha, the current Lok Sabha, do you have any idea what is the average age of the current Lok Sabha? It is 54 years. Yeah. Gerontocracy. Ever heard of that word? Like, you can Google it up. Gerontocracy. It is a state, a society or a group of people that is governed by some old people. Yeah. So we live in a democracy, but it's more of a gerontocracy now. Our parliament more or less looks like a pensioners club, to be honest. Yeah, governments come and go, but the average age of Lok Sabha ceases to change. Here and there, maybe 54, 55, but it's usually always above 50. In a private firm or in any firm, 58 is the age when people retire. They're done. In politics, 58 is the age when you got into the groove, you're in the thick of things. What we need today is inclusive political participation. Inclusive political participation is not just a fundamental political and democratic right, but also crucial to building a stable and peaceful society. Yeah. It is necessary for developing policies that respond to the specific needs of our younger generation. And for young people to be adequately represented in political institutions, processes, and decision making, in particular elections, we must also know our rights. We must also have knowledge about how to participate in politics in a meaningful way. Say, not many of us take interest in political science books, in the subject political science, do we? Not many. Even if we do it for getting scores probably and close the books, put them away once we get a degree. What is required is that our education system should start a session or something where students, when they graduate from school, should have some basic knowledge about politics. Yeah, what is going on around them. Only then they'll get interested, only then they'll start thinking about what is happening around, only then they might think of building a career in politics. It's very important. All of this are interconnected. Our education system, politics, the policy decisions that are made, whatever we do, like, it's all governed by a system. So if we were to become a part of the system, we need to start young. We need to start straight out of school. At least we need to start thinking straight out of school, if not be an active part of it. Have you guys heard of Sana Marin? Like, she is at 35, she is Finland's youngest prime minister. Prime minister at 35. I'm sure many of you have heard about Jacinda Ardern. Yeah, she is the New Zealand's prime minister. She too became a prime minister at the age of 37. Again, back home, if you were to talk about it, the only prime minister right now I can think about is young prime minister is Rajiv Gandhi. He became the prime minister at the age of 40. Okay, if I were to overlook his political lineage, he became the prime minister after the assassination of Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi's mother. But he has been adjudged as one of the finest prime ministers of our country. It's a sad story that he couldn't be at the helm for too long. He died too. But as of now, as of today, if we were to look at the political scenario, you know, we are a young India, a young country, a young and vibrant country that is ruled by only gray haired leaders. Yeah. Like, look at the ministers, look at our cabinet, the top posts, the people who decide everything that we do, from the tax that is going to be levied, from the price of fuel to everything. Look at those people. They're all gray haired people. The change has to be made, it has to come. But I also understand that it's not going to happen in a day. I'm going to ask you guys one more question. What do you guys want to do 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line? Some of you may say that I may join my father's business, I may start my own business. Some of you may say I will take up another course, maybe an MBA, so on. And so some of you may have plans to join journalism too, or take up something, or might want to join films, so on and so forth. Yeah, I doubt any of you would say that I want to pursue politics. Even if I was asked that question at your age, I wouldn't have probably said that I want to join politics. Because for many of us, politics is a dirty word. Yeah. For some, it's scary, it's a risky affair. It's best to stay away from politics. There could be some who might just say that, oh, I'm so not interested in politics, it doesn't affect me. There are still some who are actively, pursuing politics in their college days. They are active members of SFI, SUCI, TMCP, ABVP. But once they finish college, they get a six-figure salary, or they get a regular job at a regular firm. That is the end of their political career. Yeah, they have to sustain a family. They have to look after their parents, their partners are waiting. There can be so many reasons. Like, I have friends who were like active members of SFI and TMCP too. They still have very strong opinions, but I can't think of anybody who's still actively pursuing politics. All of them have left it. Yeah, they are all working in some 10 to 6, or even 10 to 8 shift jobs, going home, attending to their families, maybe casually writing a post or two on social media. But that's it. That's the end of their political career. And trust me, they're not wrong. I'll tell you why. Politics, political parties, if you were to be a part of it, you have to put in a lot of effort, lot of hard work. You have to work day in and day out, visit places, log, talk to different people. It's a lot of hard work. But when it comes to ticket distribution before elections, yeah, ticket distribution for nomination and candidature, what takes precedence is money power, muscle power, your political lineage, all of that takes precedence. Your merits, your qualification, your hard work, all of that usually take a back seat unless you're a part of that party for a very long time and have already, registered your presence in a big way. I have also spoken to many people, my age, your age, they want to be a part of the system. They want to change the system. They just don't know how. Yeah, they don't know how to get into politics, which is the first step that they should take. Yeah, what are the measures that have to be taken? Like, how to go about it? They don't know. They want to be a part of the system. They have serious good ideas, but they don't know how to get that implemented. So all of these, the one who says that I'm not interested, one who finds politics to be a dirty word, or the ones who leave politics get disillusioned, all of these can only mean one thing. Our system, our country, we live in a system that do not encourage youth to pursue politics. When there are obstacles to participating in formal, institutionalized political processes, young people can rapidly feel disempowered. Many tend to believe that their voices are not going to be heard, that they will not be taken seriously, even if they are heard. The problem becomes circular as politicians may lose interest in responding to the aspirations of these young people because They no longer belong to their vote banks. This in turn leads to these young people being increasingly excluded from taking part in decision making or in debates about key socio-economic and political issues, despite their knowledge and sensitivity to the demands of social justice, environmental protection, cultural diversity. They feel excluded, yeah, and they probably distance themselves away. In our everyday lives, it's very easy to crib about the roads that we walk on. It is very easy to complain about that garbage heap that is lying on one side of the road. We often complain about the waterlogging in our area, in our society, in our locality. We sit in coffee shops and say, this country has little hope, there's nothing happening, nothing is going to change. Some of you down the line may apply for government jobs. Some of you may apply for jobs in social welfare organizations, for NGOs also, maybe. But do remember one thing: change in the system can only happen when youth are made a part of the decision making process. And by youth, I mean you and me, people like us who have waded through waterlogged streets to reach home, who have reached home really late because of traffic snarls. These are the people, you and me. We have suffered. We know where exactly lies the problem. Yeah. There are many private institutes or universities these days that do not encourage union formation or politics. You wouldn't really see students staging a sit in outside a college or a university over a fee hike or some unfair treatment meted out to a student. Wouldn't. Even if you do, it would be too few to count. One may say that education and learning is the primary job of a student. No doubt. Absolutely so. One may also say that students these days hit the roads, for anything and everything that is happening around. And that is hampering their progress in education. Maybe in some cases, yes. A balance has to be maintained somewhere in everything. Students, they tend to get easily carried away, influenced, especially if they look up to a political leader who doesn't have their best interests in mind. Often they are misled too by political leaders, for their personal gains, individual gains. All of that happens because there are not too many young people in politics. So they're being taken advantage of. That has to change too. You know, we go to colleges to earn our degrees, to learn, to get our education. But then what does that education teach us? It teaches us to think, to speak, to react, to act, to not get influenced, to have a mind of our own, to debate, to discuss. It's okay to find a job and move on. It's okay to find a job because you got to sustain your family. You may not want to be a part of an active politics. But as a young person, if you see injustice happening around, you're supposed to act and react and not close your eyes and look the other way around. You can at least discuss and debate on that issue. Ask more people to join in that discussion. Think of solutions. Write to the administration if necessary, not one of you, but hundreds of you. Most importantly, there are people who do not have access to proper information. Yeah, help those people make informed decisions. Because every decision that the government takes affects us in some way or the other. It is for us to decide, us commoners to decide, which of these decisions are in our favor, which are not, and accordingly decide on which should be protested against, which should be, actually welcomed. So, even though some of us may not get to walk the corridors of power anytime soon, we can at least start by trying to address a problem in our locality, because every initiative starts from the locality, from your backyard. If any of you actually want to join politics, enter politics, but you're skeptical and that people might judge you, that whether you'll have a proper career in it, I'd say go for it. Start planning today. First, decide which place you want to represent. Next, decide on the issues that you would want to address. And most importantly, think about the political party and the principles that you identify with it, and then go for it. One weapon that youth today has, something that even some 10 or 15 years ago wasn't really available, is social media. It's a huge thing. It's a very powerful tool. It's a very powerful tool to spread information in a matter of a few seconds. It's a very powerful tool to spread misinformation in a matter of few seconds. Politically engaged young people use social media almost every day to engage with others, for sharing information, mobilization, to make their mark in political spaces, if nothing else. Because these young people are very fluent in digital tools. Yeah, they have significant power and presence on social media. They are the political force to be reckoned with on social media. Ever heard of IPAC? If not, just Google it up. Ever heard of Prashant Kishore? He's a political consultant. So Kishore runs this firm IPAC that works for various political organizations from time to time, organizes their campaigns, election campaigns, their rallies, their speeches. They do hire youngsters from time to time. They have offices across the country. So, my point here is not what IPAC is doing. My point is here that there are changes that are happening. You know, there are opportunities for youth to actually take political careers seriously. Any of you interested may actually apply. And such initiatives like the IPAC, I believe, will transform the scenario bit by bit over the time. The mindset that youth may not be able to take the right kind of decisions, they do not have that maturity. The mindset that they're very impulsive, and they may not be able to understand the crux of the matter, that mindset has to go. Honestly, youth are more accepting to changes, be it technological change, be it what is happening around us in this age of globalization. Youth are more accepting to changes. Yeah, as we get older, we resist changes. It is a pity that for an ICC tournament failure, we demand that there should be an inclusion of fresh blood in the team. People go gaga about it. But even after decades of faulty governance and economic backlogs, we never clamor for a change in leadership, or we never clamor for inclusive participation. We never hit the streets, or we never go gaga about it on social media that we need young blood. A very pertinent example that I'm going to give right now is the left front, the communist parties. They were the ones that ruled our state for over 3 decades, for 34 years. Funnily enough, they do not have even one representative in the assembly today. In this recently held elections, not one CPI candidate was able to win a seat and move to the assembly. Imagine, 34 years they've ruled this state, and now they have no presence in the assembly. One of the primary reasons why that happened is because the seasoned leaders, the gray haired leaders in these parties, failed to pass on the mantle to the younger generation. You know, they kept the plum posts, the decision making to themselves. By the time they thought of passing over the responsibilities to the younger generation, it was too late. So the younger generation today couldn't identify with those gray head leaders apparently anymore. There is a misconception, it's still very much there, that a leader with gray hairs can make a good political leader with a mature brain. That's no longer true. Political parties must energize and elevate their leaders if they want to remain relevant. It's very necessary that they, you know, encourage youth to be a part of that force. Like any successful corporate sector, politics also needs to spot talents, go on talent hunt, spot talents, induct them, nurture them so that they go on to become our future leaders. Unless that is done, our system is going to be the same, you know, gray haired gerontocracy. To sum up whatever I've said, I'll keep it short. I know speeches can get really boring, long speeches can get really boring. So I'll keep it short. If the youth's energy, vibrancy, their thought processes, the innovative ideas they have, the solutions they offer, if all of that can be clubbed with the wisdom and experience of our seasoned politicians, I bet India will be a far better place to live in. On that note, I would like to end my speech today. Thank you for bearing with me. And again, thank you, NSHM, for having me today on this platform. And I hope I could raise some of the pertinent issues, and I hope you guys at least liked parts of what I said. So I would now, you know, ask the anchor to probably take over.
That was really wonderful to hear so much of information from you. I would like to ask one small question from you, ma'am. That is, there was one point you mentioned that students, when they get out of school, they should be involved more into politics. They should be made aware of what's going on around. But there is a thing which is their family members, their peer group, they follow a particular political thought, a particular political party. So, how do you think that can provide a hindrance to the actual clarity of the political information or awareness that should be enriching in the student or the particular person?
Okay, yeah. So you've asked a very good question. I wouldn't say that every family has a political backing or a political affiliation. Many do, of course. They might be supporting, if not openly, but they might be supporting some party or the other. So that, of course, tends to influence the children at home. It's there. That is where when our schools or our friends, when we engage in discussions and debates, if we keep an open mind, that is where education comes into play. We need to make our own decisions, we need to keep our minds open, we need to think. It's our duty, it's our responsibility, our lives. We can hear 10 opinions from 10 people, but end of the day, we have to decide that which principle, which is the political party that we identify with. Or maybe we may not identify with any political party, we may want a separate system. That is something we need to decide. Our experiences, our learning, our education should come into play, no matter who says what. So I would only request that do not get influenced. Do learn, do find out, do listen. Listening is very important. Do listen what others have to say, especially elders, but use a mind of your own.
Okay, ma'am. Another point I would like to mention about is that the present generation, they are not that way involved into the traditional media for gaining information on day-to-day basis. They are more into social media or the digital platform. They access Facebook or Twitter for getting whatever informations they are able to get in their own grip. So, do you feel that political parties or in general, this social media can become a very vital tool to educate these students in terms of political thoughts or awareness? And what is the future? Like, will there be a time when it will be all about social media politics?
It's difficult to say whether it's going to be all about social media politics, but social media is already a very vital tool. Like, news breaks on Twitter these days, and maybe, news channels carry it only later. Social media has become very powerful tool these days. Yeah, so it's okay if you like, if young people today, if they log into some social media platforms to get news, what I would suggest is that do not go by one thread or two threads. you know go through the discussions and debates that is happening on social media. At the same time, do read websites too, do read newspapers too, because traditional media is the media that still gives out news in details, that still gives out, try and be as less biased as possible. So I would say that, before you make a decision, before you form your opinion, go through at least two, three schools of opinion, and only then uh, decide how you would want to perceive a particular issue. And it's very good that, students these days, young people these days, they are engaging on social media. That should continue, that should continue. My
That
only
was
point
really
is that,
beautiful.
yeah, do not get swayed, or do not engage in mudslinging. Have healthy and proper discussions, listen, then form an opinion, and be tolerant of each other's views.
That was really helpful, ma'am, and it was really amazing to have you on board and share your experience and thoughts and ideas. And I'm sure our audience can have a better knowledge about the topic of youth and politics in India presently through this conversation of us. So, thank you so much once again, ma'am. We would really love to have you on board, and we would love to interact with you more in future. It was really amazing talking and interacting with you. Thank you so much for being with the
Thank you so
time.
much, thank you for inviting me.
After a much delightful session with our previous two panelists, we have come to the third phase of our event time, day two. And today, right now, we have one such amazing and a personality person who is going to share his insights and his viewpoints on how PR and marketing or the communications industry as a whole is helping the youth, the politics, the social, the every aspects of human life. So we would love to welcome Mr. Orindam Basu, the Managing Director of the most famous Carpe Diem PR agency, to join with us for his keynote session with us right now.
Hello, hi. Thank you. Thank
Good
you for
afternoon, sir. Welcome to Time.
yeah, thank you for having me. And I know about NSHM, and it's a very dynamic college. And the kind of programs that you've been doing is really commendable. The issues that you have taken up for time is also quite trendy, I must say. Um, Today, if I'm not wrong, I was given the topic the influence of social media engagement on political awareness among youth in India. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Please, you can proceed.
Yeah. So, first, is this an interactive session, or do I just talk and
No, sir, it's going to be interactive. We are going to hear your viewpoints and we would love to know more from our end as well.
okay? So, what I'll do in the beginning is you have one of the best guys now who is a really big social media influencer in Devanjan. Devanjan is there, right?
Yes, sir.
Uh,
He's our professor.
so Devanjan um, is like a younger brother to me, and he's very active on social media, and his posts are meaningful, and they are filled with insights, and they provoke comments. So you have someone right in front of you who is showing you the path as to how you should use social media. Yesterday, he had made a post about a cartoonist who is now fallen upon bad days, and his post has got overwhelming response. In fact, today morning, we had a quick meeting in our office, and we are planning to do something with this gentleman. So you see how social media impacts if it's really got meat in the information. So I'll have a instead of going about it in a haphazard manner, I have a little note prepared for you guys. I'll just read through it and I'll give you examples and I'll give you, since I also teach, so pedagogy is a part of my system. So I always believe in making a little bit of notes and making things constructed in a proper manner so that it becomes easier for you guys to understand. Um, so I'll just read and I'll explain while I'm reading. Today, internet is available to everyone, and social media has become a great part of our lives. It started off with Orkut and then Facebook, Twitter, and these still continue to be the top social networking websites. But in the midst of all this hurly-burly of the social media, we've seen that the youngsters have taken to it like a duck takes to water. They have the blessing of a smartphone, a laptop, a high definition, a smart TV, and so they can remain connected in any form they want. In fact, if I'm not wrong, we are streaming live on Facebook, is it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So someone through the phone or through a laptop might be hearing me or seeing me while on the move or while doing some other things. So this is what it has come to the world. We have information at our fingertips, literally, considering the extensive use of smartphones. A single scam is discovered, and then there are cartoons, capes, comments flooding the social media. According to a study performed by researchers from the Edward Munro College of Communication at Washington State University, youngsters these days have a great interest in politics thanks to social media. Why are they saying this? They're saying this because what does social media do? Social media doesn't keep politics as something from another planet. They make the political leaders human, flawed, comical, corrupt, heroic, urban, correct. So there are all shades to politics. And as a result of which, the youth are attracted to a Narendra Modi or a Mamata Banerjee the same way they are attracted to maybe Akshay Kumar of Surya Vansh, Surya, whatever the new movie is, Surya Vanshi. Is it?
Yes,
The
sir.
new movie that released? Yeah, Surya Vanshi. Or a new age hero or a new age hero. So this is the blessing of the social media, is that they have brought the political characters out of the parliament and the assemblies, the road shows and the stage, the restrictions of queues in front of a local councillor's house, and the gate passes you need to make to meet a minister, to a platform where we can watch them, dissect them, make fun of them, comment on them, be commented upon, raise issues, tickle them, make them uncomfortable, and at the same time, if you are responsible enough, be constructive in doing all these things. So, that is one of the biggest benefits of social media and the youth coming together. Yushu Zhou, I don't know if you've heard his name. He's a doctoral candidate in Stanford University and one of the biggest or the most vociferous campaigners for positive social media. He says that these communication channels provide large political information, interactive messages for young voters, and also reshape the relationships between candidates and voters. Progressing to the idea of whether the youth of India have been swayed or influenced by the use of social media in politics, I would like to explore both these options now. Now, what he is saying is, he's saying that the social media through all its avatars, let's say Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, Coup, um, YouTube, Vine, they all bring in a glut of information to us, and they reshape our relationship with our candidates, with their campaigns. Now, instead of good governance, issues are trending. We don't vote on governance, we vote on issues. What issues are trending? What's the subtext of this issue? What's the text of this issue? What is the platform on which we are fighting? We are fighting a war of perception. The political leaders also fight a war of perception. In 2014, when Narendra Modi won by a landslide, he had over 16 million followers on Twitter and Facebook. 16 million people eating out of his hands. Next time, it was plus minus two, a little bit of increase, a little bit of decrease here and there, more or less standard. But it has steadily increased over the next 5 years, leading to the next election. Why is it? When the opposition criticizes Narendra Modi for not doing enough press conferences or not doing enough press, meeting the press, facing their questions, they can't stop him from doing Man Ki Baat. You can laugh about it, you can make memes about it, you can make caricature about it, but he is a social media animal. You can't ignore him. There are a lot of people in the tier 2 cities. We should not consider ourselves India. We are the minorities in India, the urban population. It is the suburban, the rural, the semi urban that makes for real India. And they listen to Man Ki Baat. And they see Man Ki Baat on television. And they see it on the Facebook. And they see it in video formats in WhatsApp groups. And they see the clips on Twitter. And they are influenced. Now, you can ask, are they really influenced? Are what we get, is it true? I'll answer this question instantly. Few people actually believe exactly what they see on social networking sites. You know, gullible people, people who believe what they see. This makes them accept the promises made by the politicians or political parties without verifying background information. While we are able to take a pick in the insides and forwards of political personalities through their Facebook or Twitter pages accounts, we forget that all of these are counterfeit faces made to persuade us into believing them. Everything is mapped to false advertising and trickery. One of the source, one of the sources, like uh, the Center for Counseling and Care in Israel, they say that a lot more people are becoming, a lot more youths are taking to terrorism because They start believing the ideologies put forward by the extremist groups as real. They blindly follow the Facebook and the social media. So while there is this advantage of social media bringing to us the life and the action of our politicians and the country as it is, and we find social media campaigns made, you know, to cater to an election. Mm, Similarly, there are its negatives. If you start believing in them blindly, there is always a chance of being tricked, of being taken for a ride, because much of these are advertisements, much of these are campaigns that have been created by a clever public relations firm who wants to increase or wants to, bolster the image of the politician before this election. So mm, I don't know if how many people are listening to me or hearing me out. Can anyone tell me what's the subtext? What was the subtext for the election, the last state election that we had uh, in West Bengal? What was the context? What was the one fulcrum, one point that the election was fought on? Can anyone tell me? Can anyone interact? Anchor, I didn't get your name, Anchor.
Sir, I'm Polumi Bhomik.
For me,
Polumi, sir.
Polomi. Okay, Polomi. Is there anyone listening? Can anyone answer?
Sir, actually, we don't have that connection over here. Like, they cannot directly interact with you over here. But we'll be
Okay.
surely getting their questions if any later on once the session gets over and we can pass on.
Okay. Great. So I'll tell you what's the subtext, or what's the BJP fought this election on the subtext of undermining a definite religious section and unifying a definite religious section. And the state government fought on the plank of Bohiragata. So there were two fulcrums, and mind you, none of them were talking about government. Did we, during this assembly election, ever raise the point that what happens to the road that leads to my house? Will it remain like a pothole with road in between, or will it be somewhat like a road with some potholes in it? Did we ask that question? No, because we were fighting greater ideologies, ideologies that were sprung to air, made a world out of it. It was like a crystal ball we were fighting with no fit on reality. Did we fight this election on the rise of petro products? No, we fought them on issues that were apparently floated on social media by different subgroups who were political influencers but not actively involved in politicians, intellectuals, uh, class rulers, peer group leaders, opinion makers, and they were all discussing ideologies. So now, if this election is fought and won on ideologies, what happens to governance? Mamata Banerjee made a run for good governance before the election with her Duare Sarkar. So that was a step towards good governance. But that was that. Shastro Shati, Duare Sarkar. That was that. How much can subsidies get us to? What about employment? Similarly, the central government fought it on the issue of consolidating the Hindu votes in Bengal and giving them the voice, despite being the majority in the state. they were being, you know, given a stepmotherly attitude. Why weren't they fighting this election on uh, employment? What is cut money? How does it affect us? It doesn't affect us. Of course, it's not right. But how is smuggling of cows across the Bangladesh border going to reduce the price of vegetables in your market? I don't see a correlation. But we fought on those issues because the social media made them larger than life. Now, coming back to what I was saying. So, as I was saying, bringing to light, I'll just continue reading from where I stopped. On the other hand, the majority of youth are more aware of happenings around them. They do understand what to believe and when not to. The youth are well researched and are quite clear in their beliefs and opinions. For example, knowing that Mr. Narendra Modi had to his name positive progress in the state of Gujarat with high development rates, the youth did not vote him in blindly. It was a tough fight put across by the candidates, and the youth did their share of research and testing before deciding as to who were to become our future leaders. Youngsters observe and absorb all the decisions. Also, it is a fact that those who are active on social media are also quite active in their communities among friends, which shows that they have a lot of discussions and talks before concluding an idea about a political leader. Bringing to light another important topic, participatory politics. The study report, Participatory Politics, New Media and Youth Political Action, that was published last year, shows substantial number of young people across various groups are engaging in participatory politics, such as starting political group online, circulating blogs about political issues, traditional political acts that address issues of public concern. Such participatory acts are interactive, peer-based, do not defer to elites or formal institutions. Therefore, the social media provides them with a forum to start up their own political activity or join one. This allows the youth of today to be independent and also confident in their decisions and actions. So, participatory politics. What is participatory politics? Devanjan does participatory politics. I'm referring to Devanjan over and over again because I like what he writes. He is very sensible when he's writing on social media. Um, and you all can relate to him because you all know him personally. So, you know what kind of a person he is, um, sober, cultured, and the way he delivers on the social media is also sober, cultured, and scathing. Some whatever he believes for, he writes, and there are people who follow him. I know there is another journalist friend of mine, Protein Bosch, who writes. He was from the Hindu. Then there is another lady, Nasreen Khan. She was a journalist. She's a lawyer and a political activist now. She writes. Mm, Then Fuad Halim, the left leader, he writes quite actively on social media. So, like, we are friends, or Fuad is a year junior to me, Devanjan is a year junior to me. So we are good friends, so we can discuss things. It's a healthy discussion that goes on, and that's called participatory politics. You raise an issue, you create a forum, and you let people comment on it, and you take it, and you take the might of a political party by sending across a message that this will not be tolerated, or this is good that you are doing. For example, I'll give you a very smart snapshot example. What's the major change that happened between last year and this year's Chhat Puja? Follow me for lack of a better response. You try and tell me what happened last year Chhat Puja and what change did you see in Bengal in this year Chhat Puja?
So this year it was more like they were not following any rules which were prescribed by the government. But last year there was to some restrictions which were followed by the devotees.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Um, my question was partly wrong because I said last year. I should have said last year. Last year, most of the things didn't happen because of COVID, so nothing happened. This year, things reopened to a great extent, and if we consider 2019 Chhat Puja, then Rabindra Sarovar was vandalized. People broke the gate, went into Rabindra Sarovar and performed their puja, and the flora and fauna were
The next
subjected
day,
to,
the fish,
yeah,
dead fish had surfaced, and there
yeah,
was it's
were
protest.
subjected to severe stress and trauma. So that was the thing. But this year, what has happened is the government learned its lesson and they saw the furor on Facebook. The environmentalists took it up. They formed communities, they save um our lake, save our water body. It's a world heritage site. How can things happen like this? So there were different forums and voices were raised on social media, and the government had to take notice this time. Not only bamboo structures were built around the gates; they were covered with tin boards, so that there was no chance of breaking through or scaling it. So you see, if in if a point is raised properly and constructively on through a social media platform, it does bear a positive result. So that is what I'm saying, that when used interestingly, when used positively, and when used constructively, social media and politics are a huge go together.
Sir, it's
And
not just on account of Chhath Puja. I would like to interrupt a bit and
yeah,
mention
sure,
that it was even during Diwali, the use
of
of
course.
crackers. There were a lot of youth of our generation who were actually protesting against it and writing strong messages that we should stop, we should use it in a minimal way, the green crackers, and also in respect to the animal welfare, that is, do not
Yeah,
harm them.
absolutely.
Even during
Absolutely.
Holi, do not throw colors at dogs, strays. So there is a lot of awareness among the youth of today as well. When they come to write a post on Facebook, they have taken an initiative as well that we have to strongly vouch on our thought and we have to advocate that.
Absolutely. In fact, I have two fur babies. I have three strays also, whom I pet. Um, so this time, my Diwali message was I had posted their pictures on Facebook, and I said, "Wish you a very happy Diwali and crackerless Diwali." So it was a very simple message with the pictures of my pets, uh, because we care for them, and if we don't care for them, uh, if sometime this world becomes the land of apes again, uh, we will be put inside a cage and crackers burnt uh, in our face. So nature gives you back the way you treat nature. So it's very simple. But yes, that's a separate issue. We are diverting from the topic of social media. One of the biggest examples of what youth can do with social media is Arab Spring. I don't know if you have heard of the name Arab Spring. Have you, follow me?
No, not really, sir, but I would love to
Yeah.
hear from you.
Yeah, it is Arab Spring. Arab Spring is a set of uprisings that happened in the middle, in Central Asia and Northern Africa, uh, based on an incident that began in Syria. Syria, the ruling dictators Abul al Zain Abidin was the dictator of Syria, and the ruling government and the minority Muslims were subjected to torture, ignominy, uh, harsh taxes for years. So there was this guy called Muhammad Bouzizi. Muhammad Bouzizi was a fruit seller, small fruit seller. So there are Friday markets. So he used to go and sell fruits in the Friday market. So naturally, the government police cracked down again. The militia police cracked down, and he was beaten to a pulp. His uh, vending cart destroyed, the fruit smashed, because he could not pay the raised taxes. So he went to the, as we call the municipal office here, the Kolkata Municipal Corporation, the civic building, uh, and he set himself on fire. And this was captured by his brother, who used to work in a television, and with the help of a friend who works in Google, it was a page was made and it was posted. And they said that we are all Mohammad Bouzizi. Unless we fight against this regime, unless we stop them, we will continue to die like this. And over 2 weeks, this Facebook page had 50 million followers, and there was a social uprising in Syria, and the dictator had to give up. And this uprising spread from Syria to Egypt. If you remember the Tahrir Square siege, where in Tahrir Square people came and blocked and brought down the regime, and led to revolutions in 5 other countries, sparked through social media, where people gathered through social media to spark on a revolution. And this is called Revolution 2.0. If you read a book called Revolution 2.0 by Abdul Ghanim, you'll come to know about what this was all about, what this whole Arab Spring was all about. I would want you guys to at least get some idea about what Arab Spring is. Because if you understand what Arab Spring, you'll understand the power, the real power that social media wields when it comes to politics. Because it toppled 3 governments, it did away with 3 dictators, and brought about, and at least tried to bring about democracy in Egypt, in Syria, in Tunisia, in Oman. So this was a huge success, and I'm sure those who are listening, they would once go back to their best friend Google and type out Arab Spring and try and learn what it is all about. So that's basically it. I've been talking for more than 30 minutes now. I think I've exhausted myself. And if anyone wants to ask questions, I would be happy to answer if there are any.
Sir, I would like to ask one question. That is, you were talking in the beginning about the political parties which are using the social media as a PR tool to spread their message rather than their political name. So, do you find this has increased in the last 5 years compared to what used to happen previously because of the rise of social media as well? So, what is your viewpoint on what can be the future on this social media PR for political parties before the onset of any election?
See, I tell you, it's only it will only grow. It will only grow. My company handles Twitter. So before the election, Twitter did a special campaign called Twitter Elections, where they separated the election sections, the comments by the major political leaders, the trending issues by the political leaders. Now, these political parties, these political leaders, they all have their PR agents. They know what is happening on Twitter, and they want to be there on that trending issue, on that top issue. So they start to comment. They start to give their opinions about the trending issues or create issues that are trending, that will trend. So this is only going to grow because while Twitter would try to make most out of it, the political leaders would like to make most out of the Twitter also. So it's like an osmosis. where both are feeding onto each other. You know, so this is going to increase every day, and this is going to increase with every small election, by-election, local, regional election. Now, local elections will also be dissected upon. For example, if I'm living in West Bengal and my native town is Sakaria in UP, and now a local election is happening in UP in Sakaria, and my house is at a corner which has a rough rickshaw stand across it, and a lot of filth is thrown around my house. I can sit in Calcutta and I can comment on it. Let us clean that nukkar. You understand what I'm saying? Just hold on
Yes,
for a
sir.
minute.
Yes.
So this is the bane of online, that you can be called by your driver if you're at home.
So, sir, can we say that the digital India that's shaping up the youth of today is somehow connected to the PR stand of the government, like more inclusion of the youth of today into social media to generate or make them aware of a particular political party's viewpoints? Can you say that? Can we say rather that these are somehow interlinked?
See, I tell you something. It's very it's a potent question, but the answer lies within your question. What is the question? The question is: are they connected to the PR's part of the political parties? Yes, rather than the real issues, the issues on the ground. We are talking about the PR aspect of the political parties. 2014, we talked about nationalism. Remember? 2019, we talked about nationalism, Balakot, and stuff like that. Suddenly, all of us became nationalistic. So that's the reason we are called. There is this development of this term called the Facebook revolutionaries. Who are these Facebook revolutionaries? Who do revolution on Facebook? But ask them to take a step in the real world. They are active on the web. They are not active on the real platform. So, and it has also given rise to two other forms of media, which we now constantly hear on the social media platform. One is the Lutyens media. If you have heard about it, the Lutyens media. If you have heard Times Now and Republic TV, they talk about the Lutyens media and the right media, RIGHT, right media. So these are the two sides. The right media is more left oriented, and the Lutyens media is more center oriented. And then there is this homophobic media, which is more right oriented. So there are three kinds of media now that has blossomed out of the social network. If I ask you what is the Lutyens media, we have all heard about Lutyens media. Lutyens was Edward Lutyens was Edward, I'm forgetting the first name. Edward, most probably, was an architect in Delhi during the British period. What he had was he threw large parties, huge parties, in Delhi in an extension of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So that was the court where he used to hold large parties, and where all the influential Indians were invited. The top business, the babus, the sirs, the all those guys who had got all those surnames, from the British, they were all invited, and they were fed with the British goods. What good is the British doing for you? So they went and pom-pommed about it, like uh, cheer girls, uh, to different sections of the Indians about the good things that Britishers are doing to you. So today, in today's context, and they were called the Lutyens. This is a follower of Lutyens. Today, in today's context, the Lutyens media is the media that subscribes to the Western view of India. If by chance New York Times writes something bad about them, they create a hue and cry about it. Means the media that has raised a hue and cry about Pegasus could be Lutyens. And now there is this right media. Who are the right media? The right media are like NDTV, a little left in their orientation, or more socialist in their point of view. Uh, Someone who's talking about good governance, what needs to be done. Like this last election, also, the left front was talking about good governance. In their meetings, they were shouting why the price of vegetable was increasing. No one is interested because we are interested in bigger ideologies. So that is the right media, and then there is this media that is a mouthpiece for the central government, more like voicing what the central government is doing, holier than thou kind of a media. So there are these three subsections of media, and all three types of media should have the right to survive in this country. You know why? Because we are a democracy. So when one media tries to get and boss around with the other media, then it becomes a problem. Article 19A, freedom of speech, is the basis on which this country is standing. So our democracy gives us the right to voice whatever we want to say. And as they say, with great freedom comes great responsibility. So the more free we are to exercise our voice, the more controlled we should be. We should remember what we are talking about. When I was in school, there was a f- there was I studied in an Irish missionary school. So Father Bosco was there. So Father Bosco always used to tell us during the catechism and morals class that you have in this Irish missionary school. We all did that catechism and morals class from kindergarten to class 8. So 9 years of moral classes. Some morality has to seep into me after 9 years of moral classes. But no, yeah, jokes apart. Um, he used to say, remember the words you speak, make them soft and sweet, for you never know from time to time which one of those you may have to eat. So, you should know when you are speaking what you are speaking about, how you are speaking, because this will come around. What goes around comes around. This world is a big boomerang. So, if you have thrown a weapon at someone, you will be thrown at some time. So those who think that using social media platform to defame others, to discourage others, to debase others, to destroy others is the way we are going to succeed, it's not true. We'll come back to you. It has come back to Kangana Ranaut. She may have got a Shri, Padma Shri, but it has come back to her in more ways than one. It will come back to anyone who has used social media to not voice constructively. If you are using social media for your personal gains, you're good, you're honest, you're using it for your personal gain. We all use it for our personal gain. But there are two ways of growing. So this is one line. I can grow by cutting it short, or I can grow taller than this line and I can grow. So which one do I use on social media? Do I cut it short, or do I grow bigger than this line by my own power and by my own courage? If I'm doing that, I am being a successful social media citizen. And if I'm not doing that, I'm a failure in all parts. So if today the youth of this country are swayed by, um, I need to take this phone call. Would you give me a second?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
ডক্টর রয়, আমি একটা সেশন নিচ্ছি ওই এনএসএইচএম এ, একটা একটা সেকশন আছে, আমি করে ফোন করছি। Okay, so when we are saying that whether the youth are influenced by the PR of the political parties, yes. Whether they should be aware of it, they should be, and how they should react to it is by picking up the real issues and agenda at hand.
So, sir, you would like us, the youth of today, to be more open to different variety of topics or issues which are going on in hand, like going through the newspaper news or the digital news, than just gathering one or PR group or maybe some influencer is posting about a particular political party. So, it more should be like a two-way journey. Like we should have something from them as well from the actual mainstream media to know what we should form our opinion based on.
Yeah, but what that's absolutely pertinent and correct, and more so, don't only depend on media for that. This thanks to Google, we have access to a lot of uh, you know small active groups. Small groups, micro influencers. For example, I'll tell you, we are talking about lack of development in Purulia. For example, I'm just using. Now, what we read in the newspapers is lack of development in Purulia, lack of roads, lack of a proper medical college, all this. And we are influenced by it. Now, there is a small active group on social media called the Purulia Lovers, maybe, just out of my hat. And they are saying that the major problem in Purulia is not roads or medical colleges. It's the receding water level and high arsenic, because of which a lot of people in Purulia are getting arsenic poisoning. Now, if you are really looking at an issue, you can raise that point and bring it to mainstream also.
Through citizen journalism or
Yeah.
letters to editors.
So participatory media, you participate in the building of the communication that the mass media is bringing to you. But that is the essence. So that's about it. If you have any other questions, please.
Sir, I would like to know your experience. Like you are in this PR or the communication industry for a very long time, and you have been handling a lot of clients based on different niche of the society. So, I would like to know what is your experience when it comes to uh, letting the youth of that particular generation of the particular era, like today's youth are very different from what youth used to be back in 2012 or maybe 15. Nowadays they are more aware, they are more open to ideas, they are more open to criticisms because they strongly take the criticisms positively. Of course there is negative criticisms as well. So I would like to know, like, how is this change been incorporated over the generations, and how are clients actually using this for their business purpose? Like from this PR business, I would like to know about it a little.
Yeah, like I will agree to disagree with you on one point. Today, the generation is a lot frailer than it was in our time. That's the reason you have so many cases of depression and psychological problems and mood swings. And I'll give you one example. It came out in the newspapers a couple of years back. A girl had committed suicide in a hostel in Bangalore. The night she committed suicide, that the evening preceding that, she had chatted with her mother on WhatsApp, and she had sent smileys and rotofel and stuff like that to her mother, and she was all you know cheered up and perked up. And that night she committed suicide. So, is social media connecting or disconnecting? If emoticons can replace what I am saying to you, then we are in a world of robots. Human emotions and us are very different from what is the reality. So, While social media connects, it also disconnects. While we are in the collective unity of, say, 5,000 people in a community, we are all individuals very lonely, sitting in front of our phones or laptops. I think with me, with 20 friends in my college days, we were more connected than me having 2,000 followers on Facebook. Because we chatted with each other face to face, we felt all the six senses were activated: sight, sound, everything. And here it's only my brains and my eyes and the fingers that work at it. And there is no emotion. I might not like someone's comment and they will never know it. And I write, "Ooh, what a great show." I am faking it. I'm faking every day. But if you are in a group of friends and someone says something and you don't like it, it shows on your face. So I think today the youth is a lot more frailer. They're a lot more disconnected. They're a lot more soft targets, and that's the reason they have been targeted, because it's easier to target. You don't walk out of your house that many times. You don't go and skin your knees on the playground that many times. You don't go and rub yourself in the daily humdrum many times. It's more like internet. I've seen reporters today who say, the TV দেখে খেলাটা করে নেবো। We have never done a game reported a game, seeing it on television live. We can't. But nowadays they can, thanks to all the analysis that comes on Google. Take something from here, pick something from there, write, use their brains and write something else, and concoct a good piece which people read. But there is no heart in it. There is no heart in it. There is no soul in that writing. You didn't go and feel the warm, wet wind on the field. You didn't feel the salt on your face if they are playing in Goa. Neither did you feel the rasping cheers of the crowd when someone scored a goal, or the collective sigh of disappointment when you lost, or that little twitch of face of that player, uh, or how he threw his bat when he entered the dugout. That is not shown. So you missed a lot. You missed the coach's anguish on the sidelines. You missed the crowd reaction on the gallery. You missed the atmosphere. You missed everything. Everything has been taken away because we are sitting in front of a computer. You and me, we are both sitting in front of a computer. So we are artificial. So that's the reason I'm saying that today's youth needs to walk out of their houses. I remember a very old song. Tell me, how many miles can a man walk past before you call him a man? Tell me, how many seas must the white duck sail before she sleeps in the sand? Tell me, how many times the cannonballs fly before they're forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. You need to feel the wind. You need to feel the wind. You can't sit home and you be holier than thou. When have you? I'm sure you all have heard of Albert Camus. One day, Albert Camus was seen lying down on his terrace with a flag, a small flag, set inside his navel. So his friend came to him and asked, "What are you doing lying down here?" He said, "I'm lying down quietly under the open sky and seeing which way the wind of the world is blowing. Let me see which way the flag flutters. I'll know which way the wind of the world is blowing." And after that, he wrote his book, The Rebel. If you read the book The Rebel, you'll know what Albert Camus was talking about. So, what I'm trying to say is, internet is all very good. Internet is necessary. Social media is absolutely necessary. Social media will build us, will make us important, will give us opinions, will help us scrutinize life, will create a bigger ball of knowledge for us, will make education, will make politics, education, whatever, participatory. We will become important. We will become more important than others. And in all this, what we will lose is the uniqueness of me being Arindam Basu, you being Polomi. We are faceless. We are just a thumbs up, a like, or a care sign, or a heart sign. So we should.
So basically, we are everything what we actually are not. We try to be rather.
So whether you would want to limit yourself to being an emoticon or a human being is your choice. So use social media. Of course, we all use social media, but use it sensitively. Use it with care and caution, and also use it with a sense of purpose. Otherwise, social media will use you.
Sir, last question for you would be I would like to know about your experience on how this communications or the PR industry is changing or has changed after this onset of the global pandemic. Like, how was it before, and what's the changes you are noticing right now?
It's a paradigm shift. It's a big shift. Um, this pandemic has been a watershed moment in our evolution. It has taught us a lot of things. It has taught us that less is more. Number one. Number two, you don't need to hard sell products. The products need to be more caring about people and not sell their product, because people are not in the mood of mind. People are in the mood of surviving. So don't sell your products. Be Try and sell care. Be more uplifting in your attitude. I'll give you an example. Hilton Hotel in America, they have a cookie recipe, which is a secret recipe for over 500 years. During this pandemic, they gave out the recipe to the people and said that since you are not being able to come to Hilton, Hilton is reaching out to you with our recipe of cookies. Make those cookies during Christmas and be happy. They gave out their 500-year-old cookie recipe. What kind of a PR campaign was that? Out of this world. And people started making those cookies, and they posted it on the Hilton Facebook page, and they started posting it on their website and writing blogs about how the cookies tasted and how very much like Hilton was it. Similarly, 2019, Coke for the first time entered English Premier League, and 2020 there was pandemic, there was no game. They made huge losses. So how do they make up for their losses? They were not selling Coke bottles. They said that let's buy time. How do you buy time? They're saying that every bottle of Coke that you buy, we use an X amount of money from that to book a player from the Premier League club and reach that person out to the old generation, the generation in England who are isolated and living alone in their house. Get them on the Facebook get them through Zoom or something like that, where an English iconic player like a Harry Kane of a Tottenham Hotspur or a Marcus Rashford of a Manchester United, or last year maybe Timo Werner of Chelsea would talk to the elderly people on a definite weekend, where they would this these people would come together in an open forum and not be isolated and stuck in their home, because they were dying, they were getting affected. So that is the kind of PR campaign Coke did. They are not trying to sell their products. So that's the paradigm shift that has happened. Do less campaigns, do less releases, stop hard selling your product, be more caring towards your customers, be more positive, and live another day when you think your product will sell. Don't try and sell your product today. If you survive today, you will sell your products 5 years down the line. If you try and sell your product today, you will die today. There will be no more 5 years for you. So that's in essence the paradigm shift that we have had in PR industry.
That was really an amazing session with you, sir. We got so much of in-depth understanding on the topic of youth, social media, politics, and some parts of PR as well. It was really a grateful and a delightful session with you. And thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your valuable opinion, and of course, sparing your busy time schedule with us. So we would really look forward to have you more on our sessions with our team.
Please.
And thank you so much, sir.
It was a pleasure being with you guys. I always love interacting with young people, and you have very good teachers uh, at your institution. So I'm sure they enrich you every time they are interacting with you. Uh, Thanks for having me once again.
Thank you, sir.
Stay safe, stay happy.
Stay safe, pal. So that's with our next session of time, and we will be having a national oratory competition shortly with all of you. But before that, I would really like to thank all the keynote speakers with us who shared their insights and their valuable experiences on their day-to-day journey with all of us, and has made the second day of time, the influence of media and on entertainment, a great success. We have got to know a lot about what the youth of today are thinking, how the social media evolution is occurring every day, how the youth of today are actually using the social media as a powerful tool to communicate whatever they have in mind. Social media is everyone in everyone's thumb nowadays. They are able to write, they are able to post on whatever they wish to. But yes, through these insightful conversations, we have got to know that there should be some amount of self control or self regulatory on the part of the person who is commenting or posting. We should know about the news, we should know the details of the news. We should not be blown away by the promotional campaigns which are going on the social media. We should stick to our viewpoints, we should stick to the viewpoints of what the political party is preaching. We should know more. Time, the influence of media on entertainment is one such virtual event which has given the platform to all the audiences across the nation to know more about this from the experienced and very successful professionals from various diverse of professions. Through this 3 days journey of time, we are hosting national oratory competition, short amateur filmmaking competitions for all the students. We are overwhelmed with 3,000 plus registrations for our event, and we are really humble and grateful to the keynote speakers and the panelists who have joined us and who will be joining us tomorrow as well to make our session a grand success. We are knowing and evolving every day. And with each day, with each moment of time, we are gaining something which is incorporating to our cognitive need. The youth of today, they are getting the ideas of various facets of the world. They are knowing, they are learning, they are progressing. And time is one such virtual platform which is giving the scope to these people or these youth and students to show their skill, to show their world what they are good at, to know their own potential and recognize that, to work on that, to show how beautifully they can make a film in their phone or maybe the camera they have bought recently. We have carefully chosen topics each day which are contemporary and which are very known to us, which the millennials, which the Generation Z are able to relate to. Because above all, this platform is for the youth and the students. It's for those who have suppressed their voices for long. But through this national oratory competition, they can actually speak on the topic. They can share their ideas, flow with free and with every aspect of what they have in there. The national oratory competitors will be joining us shortly and sharing their view on how social media awareness and the youth of today are interlinked. They will be discussing what they feel about the topic. They will be sharing their journey. We will get to know so much from our own generation, and knowing and learning is always so enriching. The time, the influence of media on education is the platform which is giving that extravaganza to these days, to all the moment of time, to make them enriching for the media and the communications industry, to let the students know about what's there in the progression of the country. Social media is very common to all of us, but not many of us know how to use it properly. We are posting, we are coming live, we are sharing our comments, we are replying every day, every moment of time. But little we do actually acquire knowledge from the things we learn on social media. And through these panel discussions and insightful conversations with our speakers, we have got to know about where we should focus on. And that's what time is all about. Time is about learning new, to change our viewpoint, to look at the angles which were actually looking at us for long, but we were not answering to them. That's what time is. And that's what this platform is all about. And this is going the platform to the students to raise their voice. Through time, we are coming together with students across the nation. Just like the global pandemic was very unexpected, and it didn't hamper the actual educational progress of the country, but it has made sure that we can bring participants from all across the nation together, which I think would have been a little problematic if it was a little offline. So there is positive in every side if we know how to look at it and use it perfectly and efficiently. The students across the nation are coming together today and sharing their views. This cross cultural, this cross knowledgeable among the students is actually very beneficial for the growth of the budding minds. Today's minds, they are just confined within the four walls of their home. They don't know where to start, where to end. They are coming to the classes, which are online, of course. They're playing with their friends online through online Ludo. They're talking and using social media to communicate with their friends, but little they don't know that what social media is all about and how impactful social media can be on our lives. And through this platform, we have made sure that we touch those topics. We have touched topics like how binge watching has become a trend on OTT series. Just listen to how beautifully the panelists have spoken yesterday and as well today on this particular topic. We all binge watch every day. Maybe we skip classes, maybe we skip our work, but we do binge watch. But we never address this issue, like how this has become a normal new trend. It has become very normal for the millennials. And this was the topic which was very well spoken of by the national oratory competitors yesterday. We will be announcing the winners of them shortly. And today's topic was how youth of India and politics are actually amalgamated together in the social sphere. We are always writing posts about a particular political party. We are sharing our viewpoint, but we do not know what impact it can have. Maybe our friendship is broken with another person who holds a negative viewpoint to what I have written. The politics has seen breakage of friendships more than what other breakups could have seen. But what we have to keep in mind is that whatever we are posting, we have to know that it's true. We have to post which is genuine. We cannot just post something and be not hold responsible for that. So responsible social media user is very important in this generation. And that's where time is focusing. The influence of media on entertainment. And rather, I would say it an extension, how the influence of media is happening on all the aspects of human life, how it's touching lives of social life, political life, economical life, communications life, personal life as well. Social media is something which has gone beyond the personal space. It's more like having and interacting with people beyond your personal space. It's more about less of friendship in real life and more of virtual friends. Little we do know how much they come in our times of need. But we do have strong number of followers on Instagram, huge number of friends on Facebook who wish us before our parents even on the days of birthday. But this is not what social media is all about. Social media is all about creating that aura of a responsible citizen. Social media is all about spreading the message which is right. Social media is about sharing thoughts, but we cannot push that thought in the minds of our readers or our audience. They should be free to be their own judge on what to follow and not. That's all about social media. We have carefully chosen topics for time, the influence of media on entertainment, to highlight on these issues which are burning in the country, to deal with these different aspects of the society, and to make the youth of today aware. Because not always the academic qualification is sufficient for the students of the generation. They should know more about it. They should hear it from the professionals of the industry. That provides a better insight. And that's why we have provided this very virtual platform through which we are able to bring on talent and all organizing in a small platform. Time, the influence of media on entertainment, is one such platform which is highlighting issues which are actually enjoyed and talked by the millennials. It's the Generation Z who love to engage and who love to communicate. And that's all they are doing on this platform. It's going on for 3 days, starting from yesterday, and it will be concluding tomorrow. We have organized national oratory competition, amateur short filmmaking competition, and also panel discussions from eminent professionals from different aspects of our life. We will be announcing the winners of yesterday's national oratory competition shortly today on our page, so stay tuned for that. And we will be having the national oratory competition of today shortly after a short 2 minutes break. If you are watching this and you want to vote for your favorite participant, do not forget to send an SMS with the name of the participant to the number which will be shown below the screen. Do so by 9 p.m. today because the voting lines will be open till that. So please vote for your favorite participant from today's national oratory competition till 9 p.m. today. We'll see you after a short 2 minute break, and we will be having national oratory competition participants with us till then. So thank you for watching us till now, and please do keep watching us for the next few hours. everyone. Welcome back after a short break. And we are here lined up with the participants who are very pumped up with the excitement for the National Oratory Competition. So, please, I would like to welcome our first participant, Kanishka Dogra. Can we please have her on screen?
Good afternoon, everyone, all present here. I
Good
am
afternoon,
Kanishka.
Kanishka. So I would like to mention one particular rule for you, Kanishka, that is you cannot mention the name of your institution or your specialization or the stream of your study. You can just mention your name and your topic for the day and very all the best. You can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Kanishka Dogra. I'm here to talk about influence of social media engagement on political awareness amongst the youth of India. Years ago, virtual globalization of people in terms of communication, sharing of information, creation of content was a dream. However, the emergence of social media has made it into a reality, one that we will continue to live. It is largely described as the ability to influence and affect people's thinking in social community. The kind of reach it contains adds to the globalization of the world heritage as well as culture. Such has been its spread that people of all ages, generation, groups have come together and become an increasing part of this community, not only quantitatively but emotionally, spiritually, and intellectually. Although social media covers a wide range of topics that people openly have been talking and advocating about, one of the most important role it has continued to play is its engagement on social media awareness. Sorry, political awareness, sorry. It has been a global awareness power, to term it right. However, to narrow down the focus of this speech on India, its influence under this category has been great, especially amongst the youth of this nation. India has its foot ahead in building a digital era wherein sharing of information has become very common. Being a democratic country, political participation and awareness is extremely crucial element amongst the youth since they are considered the shapers of an India that is yet to become. Although traditional media such as print, radio, television works towards a similar purpose, it is different from social media in two significant ways. Firstly, the amount of content that can be generated by news or opinion makers is much lower than the content generated by the users themselves. Secondly, its viral ability of multiplying spread of information by word of mouth, connection of numerous social media platforms, dipping the control over such spread of information. Therefore, social media is redefining how people connect, communicate, and influence one another. Moreover, research studies conducted have shown the great impact that social media influence has had on the voters' behavior of the youth. According to the study, in 2014 general election, social media played a key role in influencing voters' behavior. From 2014 onwards, many startups related to social media came into picture, due to which various job opportunity got opened for the youth. In addition, According to a report based on online survey, around 25 lakh participants, as many as half of around 15 crore first time voters received political messages through various social media platforms. Like every other idea that has become a reality, one of which is social media, has its pros and cons. Social media also has a negative side to it. Fake news regarding media can be shared and spread. However, its pros balance its con. One cannot deny the importance it has played in political awareness. Thank you.
That was really well spoken, Kanishka. I would like to ask you one particular question, that is, you are talking about false news on social media. And
Yeah.
youth of today, they are very active on social media for various purposes. So, how do you feel, like your personal opinion about how should youth have a control over filtering the news? Should they stick to whatever they are reading on social media, or they should have knowledge about what's going on in the traditional media, which is considered to be the most authentic piece of information? So, how do you feel that youth of today should have a balance between that? Your viewpoint.
Yes, a balance between both of them is very important because, as if social media is very new to us in every way, news comes up from everywhere, but only the traditional media in some ways can help us know which is fake and which is not fake. But sometimes social media also helps us to know if that is a particular a fake news or not, because people have their opinion, they keep it over the media so everybody can read it, and it is everybody can understand them by themselves in each way, if you get my point there.
And also the youth of today, they are more prone to learning about this political awareness or campaigns and everything from the posts of their peer group. So I hope
Yes,
you also have a very diverse peer group who posts very actively on social media about political campaign.
yes, we could say that I do have a group like that.
Okay, so thank you so much for joining us for the National Oratory Competition. It was really well spoken, Kanishka. And the audience, if you want to vote for Kanishka Dogra, please do send SMS mentioning her name to the number which is coming right below your screen right now. The voting lines are open till today, 9 p.m. Thank you, Kanishka. Can we have the next participant, please? Hello,
Am I
Kanishka.
audible?
Yes, Kanishka,
Hello.
you're audible and visible. Welcome to Time, the Influence of Media on Entertainment, the National Oratory Competition. I would like to mention a rule, that is, you cannot mention the name of your institution or the stream of the study you are pursuing. You can just mention your name and topic for the day. Wish you all the good luck. Yes, you can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tanushka Datta, and the topic today is the influence of social media engagement on political awareness amongst the youth of India. Social media has become a fact of life for civil society world over. It mirrors the real world and has emerged as a major tool where citizens are able to talk about the issues of day to day life, as well as issues of national importance. In the 21st century, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram are not just innovations in the internet world, but are fast emerging as influences on political awareness and opinions. Social media revolution in the Indian political scene is real, tangible, and accelerating. So, what is this influence of social media engagement in politics amongst the youth of a democratic country like India? With so much buzz around it, political parties have finally woken up to its importance. Indian politicians, be it young or old, are recognizing this new and powerful medium to interact with the youth, make them participate, and thereby enable better communication. Now, it is important to note the difference between political awareness and political propaganda, since our topic today stresses upon awareness. According to political scientist John Zaller, political awareness means the extent to which an individual pays attention to politics and understands what they have encountered, while political propaganda means misinformation and disinformation shared by the political activists to meet any political goal. Awareness must be based on factful information, while propaganda can be fake or untrue information. Social media has propagated both awareness and propaganda amongst the youth of our nation, so much so that it is now extremely difficult to differentiate between the two, which is why my speech today will not focus on the ethics or the righteousness of the use of social media to enhance political outcomes, but emphasize on whether or not the social media engagement has been able to influence young minds in India towards political participation. Political campaigns are in no way just limited to banners and buttons anymore. The new political arena is full of commercials, blog posts, and millions of tweets, which enables the politicians to constantly keep their manifesto alive and see direct responses of their actions via Facebook or Twitter. Social media creates a new political dialogue that has bridged a huge gap and directly connected the youth to their leaders. It takes the power of political messaging away from the mass media model and places it firmly into peer to peer public discourse. The word of mouth advertising, a recommendation from someone you trust, is the most powerful form of persuasion, and social media creates multiple levels of trust based on relationships. In recent times, Indian political landscape has seen two major national parties fighting an online political battle. Online propaganda has been aggressively used against each other. Each and every medium has been used to wage a war of words. One tweet leads the other to respond immediately. Terms such as Pappu and Chaukidar have come around from famous tweets from both sides. Both the parties try to downplay the achievements and exaggerate the failures of the other, and both sides claim to have more followers. The political parties have their own websites, which were not even seen some years back. But with the advent of social media, they have their own apps now too, such as the Namo and the Indian Youth Congress apps. Mr. L.K. Advani of the ruling party has his own blog. Dr. Shashi Tharoor of the opposition was one of the first politicians to start tweeting. Our Prime Minister has used all media to remain in touch with the youth of India, be it via Twitter or his Man Ki Baat. He has often quoted the power of social media should be harnessed to involve the youth in democratic practice. With leaders being active on different media, it makes the citizens feel that they are within their reach. The need to take appointments is no longer required. The leaders are accessible at the click of a button. Now, the big question is, does the social media engagement influence the youth enough to convert it into votes? Does the youth who express their views online go to the poll booths and cast their vote? The analysis of Indian demographics needs to be studied for the answer. India has more than 65% of their population below the age of 35, which primarily constitutes the youth of our country, and which also means that we have a younger electorate now. As per the Digital India reports of 2021, India has 448 million social media users. Owing to the Digital India project, today even a majority of the 64.8% of the rural population has access to internet and thereby social media. The NRI population of India is 25 million who are active users of social media. Even though they have no voting rights, they do influence the voting pattern of their relatives back home. This indicates that the number of people who are directly or indirectly using or getting influenced by social media is by no means a small number. All of these statistics clearly indicate that social media can play a vital role in influencing political awareness, and we have time tested instances of the same. Be it the 2014 general elections that swept the Bharatiya Janata Party to power, or their massive victory again in the 2019 general elections. One cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that social media is indeed a double edged sword. On the one hand, it has allowed democratization of politics and re energized the political landscape. On the other, several ethical dilemmas, polarizations, fake news, and hate speech thrive in the online space. Political parties have a key role to play by working with coalitions like academia, think tanks, or fact checkers to put ethical communication principles into play in a social media age. Earlier, the political discussions were restricted only to those who read newspapers or watch the news channels. But now, social media has made the youth sit up, discuss, analyze, and voice their opinions on political issues, and they also influence the administrative decision making. Therefore, I would like to conclude by saying social media has proven to have massive influence on the youth of India towards political awareness. Thank you.
That was a really lovely oration. So I have a question for you. That is, you have mentioned about the difference between political awareness and political propaganda in the beginning of your speech. So how do you differentiate between the two? When you come across a political post on Facebook or Twitter, how do you make out that what's the difference? Like what according to you is the basic difference between the two?
I think the basic difference would be first of all reliable sources, like not at all referring to or believing in news that comes on WhatsApp. I would say that is the most false or untrue form of information that we have these days going around. And second of all, not just relying upon one source or one news channel, fact checking your information from various sources. And here, if there is a similar trend in opinion or the fact, then I would myself think that okay, this is true, I can believe this. But if 3 4 news channels or 3 4 journalists have a different say on it, then I can gauge that this might be manipulated with. So I think out here a responsibility is onto us where our own decision making and influences come into play.
So anyhow, you are saying like social media today, even it's more dependent upon the traditional media or the mainstream media, like fact checking and all, to be a responsible citizen, to be a responsible audience, a responsible reader of political news. We have to be dependent upon the other forms of media as well for news.
The thing is, now with the advent of social media and internet, even all the mainstream media channels are on social media. I mean, ask me, to be very honest, I get most of my news from Twitter or Instagram. So I feel that is the change that has happened, that now even the mainstream media is using social media because that is the power of social media now.
Yes, it's far enriching today. Like it's extending beyond its own realm. It's going far and beyond. So, how do
Indeed.
you feel that social media is playing a very vital role in your life in person? Like, do you get influenced by whatever political post you come across, or you take it just as an awareness message?
I think both, there is awareness and influence involved. And I would say, if there is a certain kind of news happening that is very centered on a particular wing of our the government, then I would say that my reading of the news is not very serious of it, because then I tend to be like, this is very focused, this is very extremist. All right. So that's there. And the influence concept would come into play in my thoughts and opinions as well. I mean, the very fact that I am not, very much inclined toward a particular news channel is the influence.
Thank you so much, Tanushka. That was a really wonderful speech by you. And please, for the audience, if you want to vote for Tanushka Datta, make sure to send an SMS to the number which is coming right below your screen right now by mentioning her name. The voting lines will be open till today, 9 p.m. And Tanushka, please do share this number with your family and friends to vote for you. That was lovely having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we have the next participant, please?
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible and I'm visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Welcome to Time once again, Sanjukta Das. And I would like to mention one particular rule for our rhetoric competition, and that is you cannot mention the name of your institution or your stream and specialization of study. You can just start off with your name, introduction, and your topic for the day. Very all the best for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanjukta, and today I'll be speaking on this very intriguing topic. Now, to start with, in my opinion, I feel that anything that is political, that is my ideological consciousness. Like how are my ideologies? What are my opinions to it? Now, as we know, that today's topic is extremely intriguing as well as it's pretty complex and elusive in a way because. We really don't know what is the exact solution to it. So having said that, I just want to say that we all are familiar in today's world as a generation Z, or speaking for millennials or today's generation, we are pretty much familiar with social media because we are so much dependent on this. Speaking of social media, I think our go-to terms would be Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram. I mean, we are clinging on to them. And I mean, in today's world, other than preferring towards traditional source of gaining information or learning facts, we prefer these social media platforms to to be aware. But starting off, I just feel that social media happens to be a strange mirror that just it's because it's not real, it's like it's virtual, but still it's somehow makes us connected through our mutual knots, be it our common opinions, common shares, or common beliefs, etc., etc. Something that we share in common, and we call it a community in this platform. So it's in this virtual world. I think that things are pretty dodgy. Talking about the youth of our country, we all know that I mean, kids aging from 15 to 24 years are considered as the youth of the country. So, having mentioned that, I'd just like to state some figures that our country, according to World Press Freedom, has been ranked as 142. And also, having mentioned that, according to Freedom House, our country has been stated as a partially free country. Now, never in our wildest dreams, or maybe not even in our history books or general knowledge books as a kid, or even when I speak for the millennials or my cousins, we haven't really come across hearing this about a country. We never read something like that in today's world we would have issues related to religion or communal fights, or anything that would just go low on political grounds. I mean, it was just last year, if I'm not mistaken, that there was this video which was made by one of the by the Tollywood industry. I think it was the initiative was taken by Riddhi Sen, who happens to be a young actor. He made this video along with his fellow fraternity members. That is Nijader Mote Nijader Gan. So that raised a lot of issues that was going on, and that was very much near to the Bengal election, or probably any sort of general elections that was taking place. And it was just an attempt to hold up like what's going on in our country. So it's like I remember coming across that video. I stumbled upon it through an Instagram story of my dear friend, and that's how I shared it. That's how I gained knowledge. Now, as a college going kid, or as a student, like I think we are, and when I speak as so, I'm speaking for all of us, I mean, from all my generation, we're more inclined towards getting information or getting news at a very fast pace. We are living in an age, in this digital age, where information is overflowing. We are completely misinformed. We really don't know what's right, how should we form our opinion, what should we believe in. But especially during the COVID, that is, or last year, if I speak of 2020 and 2021, has been a prominent yes, has been the prominent years which have shown the influence of social media, especially on political awareness among the youth, where we could come across youth sharing stories, sharing their opinions through, be it through Twitter, be it through Facebook, or be it through their Instagram stories or through their posts. Like there was this famous post called there was during, related to the farmers protest. Then there was, we all changed our DPs towards red for red protest against Kashmir. Then Dalit lives matter, farmers life matters, or sharing stories about dead skulls, and also talking about issues like CAA, NRCA, NPR, which are pretty alarming and political. And especially when you come, I mean, India shares, it is a hotbed of, it is a hotbed of politics. Every time things are steaming up, uh, there's so much of discussions and everything. But I just like to say that, somewhere down the line, irrespective of being politically aware, there is a big question that how well am I informed, whether my awareness is actually, my awareness on the informations or the facts that I'm receiving, are they actually correct, or are they not misleading? Because, like I said, we are living in the age of overflowing of information. We are misinformed. I mean, the IT sales, or there are different forms of advertising that is just, you know giving us so much of information. There is, surveillance capitalism. Like anything that you type on your Google bar, or even like on your Instagram search panel or Facebook about a particular issue, you start getting recommendation. So as a youth, what really instigates or provokes me this to ask this question, that, whatever I'm doing or whatever my activities are on social media related to politics, or be it to anything else, am I is it getting its privacy? Like, am I getting my own share of privacy? Am I getting the security? Because I am a youth, I'm belonging from that community. I'm forming my opinions. I'm forming my ideologies. But before forming, I must be educated, or I must be aware. But in that process, I have the right to form my own opinions, or to be, to share my thoughts to this. But somehow down the line, it acts as a very big disadvantages, because I mean, whatever I'm typing on my search panel, it is feeding to somebody's data interest, or for somebody's interest, and down the line, that can be damaging for me. I mean, in today in our country, if a journalist chooses to share stories, or speak one's mind, his or her mind, through this social media platform, his or her life is at risk, especially female journalists. Like, we've come across how Rana Ayub, how, Faye D'Souza, I mean, we really strongly dependent on such journalists to, get our information. Mm, somehow, they get trolled, they get rep threats, they it's such a big disadvantage. So number one, I would just like to talk about that, like our privacy at risk. I mean, I really want to say this influence, or being politically aware, how much are we aware? And I feel that somewhere we are caught up in some sort of coup, because it happens, like the information that I am receiving about certain political topics, or political awareness that I'm giving to myself, I think it's just like within certain bars, it's like within the privileged section that I come from. But my question is that, if talking about Dalit lives matter, or a particular national issue that we are discussing, is it really going to a youth who's of my age, or coming from the same community, to a remote village in India? I really don't think the same information received to him or her. And it's totally, like, what the government, or what this social media actually wants to feed us. It's never like beyond our recommendation, or beyond our interest. And also, like, it's more of like what we want to know, on what it is more of like what we are shown out of it. And speaking of that, I just want to say that we are pretty much active on the social media. And somehow, my biggest concern is that, whether we are awareing, or whether we are getting the piece of information correctly or incorrectly, I don't think we have a responsible agency, or a responsible, or rather an accountable authority, to ask that, what is the correct answer to it. How should we, I mean, are we actually being informed correctly, or being aware correctly? What are the resources? Because at the end of the day, it seems so fragile and confusing, the terms and terminologies, because there are so many layers, there are so many shades, there are so many opinions about it. And it's true that, the media stories, be it through social media or mainstream media, I think everybody get, it's down to monopolizing, or down to some sort of, feeding some capitalism interest or something, and down to some mere political stance. But the concern is not for, like, shaping the minds of the youth, or and we are living in such a fast paced world, we barely get that opportunity to fact check. More of like, even we are fact checking, we are still in a dilemma, like, what's right and what's wrong. And somehow the line of difference between the two things, it really isn't clear. And I just like to conclude is that, you know I mean, if we are really, if the social media is really influencing us, I think, it should also take the responsibility on that equal ground, or in that equal measure. Thank you.
Now that was really wholesome. Sanjukta, I would like to ask you, like you had pointed out on the biasness of the stories as well on social media. So do you feel
Yes.
that the political posts which come up on social media are to some extent biased, like the person who is posting is always going to be in favor of the political
Um,
party?
well, like I said, it's a bit dodgy, and it's as well as it's partial. I would not call it like it's complete. It's not partial, because what I mean to say is that, so, for example, I want to know about a political issue, and I write it on my Instagram panel. I search it. The Instagram will give me such, on the basis of such post I'll be getting as my recommendation. So it's not more of that. Like I said, it's more like, entrapped, until unless I make an effort to come out of it, or like, it's really confusing. Frankly, it's very confusing.
True that, true that. Thank you so much, Sanjukta, for your wonderful speech. And for the audience, you can vote in favor of Sanjukta Das till 9 p.m. today by sending SMS with her name to the number which is being shown in your screen right now below down. And Sanjukta, please do share this number with your family and friends and do ask them to vote for you. Thank you so much
Thank you
once
so
again.
much for this opportunity. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Can we have the next participant, please? Hello. Please switch on your camera,
Uh,
Jasmita.
yeah, am I
Hello,
audible and
Jasmita.
visible?
Yes, you are absolutely audible and visible. Welcome to Time, the second day of National Oratory Competition. And I would like to mention one rule. You cannot mention the name of your institution or the stream of your study. You can just start off with your name and your topic for today. All the best. Please start.
Hello, good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Jasmita. Uh, do I have this audacity to start like a strict parents, Indian parents? Beta, one day this chit chat on your phone will ruin your coming shining future. God, what to do with these children nowadays? Or like a peer, like your peer. Oh man, you are not in even WhatsApp account. God, like how can you even take oxygen? Who are you? An alien or what? And this list of tone can go on. Though we all know what social media is, right? Still, let me give you a small brief of what actually we use this social media. Social media is a very popular way of communication and information gathering source among younger generation. Note that information gathering source. Social media is used to remain interconnected with each other. Like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and WhatsApp are commonly used to share ideas, upload videos, and to comment their views freely on any issue of society presently. Presently, social media become a staple need for successful politics. Nowadays, political parties are running their own media cells to launch their campaign on social media to aware the people about their party agendas, manifestos, and they use many tactics to convince to people in their favor because certainly it is the quickest way of feedback. Presently, young generation is more interested in politics and politically active than earlier due to social media. Why is it? Well, there we have a very quick and easy answer. Firstly, it is unchallenging, and secondly, it is very elementary. Social media gave them a sense of power, of decision making authenticity in voting. And people are getting influenced by other social media users. So, because everything is so open and very open to everyone, especially on Twitter and Facebook, young generation is enhancing the span of thinking due to the involvement in social media. In further, we will know that either social media is a cause of activation of youth in politics or not. Today, the concept or and the role of media and politics are too different from the decades ago. 13 years ago, before starting of Facebook, there were mainly two medias the electronic and the print. Both were mainly used in political campaign. But with the inception of social media, a lot of new trends and revolution has been took place in the society. Social media changed the concept of the political campaign. Social media plays the main role to update the youth about agendas of political parties and the current scenario of the local, national, and the international politics. There are a number of different studies have been carried out of this issue in many parts of the world, like immense studies. So if I go with data, like with roughly 2.89 billion monthly active users of social media as of now, and in the second quarter of 2021, so the cost that it doubled shows that how much influencing a social media have been, and it become a podium for the young generation to be a part of the current political situation, or to be a political supporter through this media. So it is a way of sharing the information and express their political thoughts. It keeps a generation aware that what is going on, like all around the world. So, like, there are a lot of bizarre things that happens in life, right? So, similarly, lack of political awareness and bad influences are also very popular among young generation. And this is the most bizarre thing that happens. Uh, to name a few community like Bajrangi Dal, Sanatani, Jihad, Darul Islam, like etc. etc. Okay, let me stop. Okay, have put forward their ideologies with lack of justification in the work according to the everyday changing social pattern. So most of the days we see any political community post, and under what we find is, I can go on, like language vulgarities, personal and sexual threat, account reporting, and sensual contents at GIFs and stickers. Like you have that sticker or you have that GIFs. We all we also see some scientific facts too coming up from here and there comments. Like uh, in any comments, it comes up, and even if even if there are scientific comments, there are obviously no proven references. He or she is not even sure that the authentication, even if he or she is having that references, they doesn't know the authentication. So we are being so heated in even virtual world, then supposingly if it's real, then what it would have been the scenario, right? And no, don't be shocked. We often see this kind of heated virtual conversation actually turned up to. What this had turned up to. Youngsters are some were brutally beaten, then some were planning for a brutal rape. Some where cruelty goes beyond limit, then some where life threats comes to a real, and we hear about a murder or a rape in so-called these states, these districts, this area. What all these dots are connecting to each other, meaning to us, like saying something to us. What is it? Isn't we are becoming very comfortable in those skins that we aren't truly sure about? What is the social media is truly about? Where is this thing or the social media leading this young generation to? Where we are leading to is being the most underrated question as of now. So, like, if I put all my thoughts and I sum up to this, then remember I said you in the beginning, do you know why you're using social media? Thank you.
That was really a wonderful speech, Jasmita. Thank you so much. If you want to vote for Jasmita, please make sure to send SMS, including her name, to the number which is coming right below your screen right now. Till the voting lines will be open till 9 p.m. today. And Jasmita, please to share this with your friends and family, and please do let them vote for you. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much.
Can we have the next participant, please? Hi, Vidhi.
Hello, good morning.
Good afternoon, Ridhi. So, just let me mention
Sorry,
our
good afternoon.
it's absolutely okay. You cannot mention the name of your institution or your stream of study. Just mention your name and the topic for the day. Good luck for you. You can start.
Okay. Just can you just hear me?
Yes, you are perfectly audible and visible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Riddhi Mukherjee, and my topic is influence of social media engagement on political awareness amongst the youth of India. So, as we know, more than a decade ago, information and communication technologies dramatically changed the world. Nowadays, Social media has become the most important medium through which we can communicate with each other. Especially for the youth of India, it has become part of their lives. As the youth of India, I believe that we all are completely dependent on social media. For instances, education. And since 2020, when COVID affected us so badly, social media has become the only medium through which we can educate ourselves. Most important change social media has brought is creating political awareness amongst the youth of our country. It is not only creating awareness but also providing us a platform through which we can exchange our political thoughts and also influencing and create and encouraging us to take part in various political activities. For instances, let's talk about the major political movement which recently took place in India. This was the protest against the Citizen Amendment Act CAA and National Register of Indian Citizens NRC. This protest took place in India in December 2019 and continued till the lockdown was imposed. During this protest against this act, social media and its various platforms, for example, WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, played a very vital role. Youth across the country connected with each other and influenced each other to take part in this protest and protested against this act as together. Many of us, including me, at first did not had a proper idea what was this act about and why people were protesting. And the only way we had to get a clear idea about this whole scenario was social media, which helped people like us to get a detailed information about the whole scenario. Yes, as we all know, during these political protests, thousands of fake news spreads, which also create chaos and violence. But for instances, let's take again help of the same example, CEA and NRC. During this political protest, immense amount of fake news was being spread, especially in WhatsApp, which we also call the WhatsApp University, and somehow we can say the epicenter of fake news. But let me correct you all let me correct you all. But again, for a reconfirmation or to cross check about that particular fake news, we again take the help of social media and social media to know whether it is fake or not. Which makes one thing clear that even if any misconception or any fake news is being spread regarding any particular political issue, social media make us aware and stop us from getting influenced by it. As we all know, nowadays youth are taking actively part in various political activities and supporting various political parties. But have you ever thought why, how it is happening, and what is the mode of it? So let me explain you all. For example, different political parties, BJP, Congress, TMC, has created their page in various social media platforms, and then they keep posting about their day-to-day activities, their manifestos, their agendas about parties, which influence thousands of youth to take part in it and also encourage them to join the party, which is somehow good and somehow it is it is helping, it is influencing thousands of youth to to take part in all these activities. So as a youth of this country, I believe that we need to have a proper authentic news without the news being biased for any particular political party. As we all know, Indian news channels do not provide us that accurate amount of news which we all need. Again, we have to be thankful of social media that provide us authentic news regarding the whole political scenario. Instagram, which has thousands of political pages, which deals with proper authentic news and gives us a proper scenario about the whole political situation and even stop us from getting influenced if anything fake are being spread. At last, I would like to conclude that slowly, with the help of social media, the youth the youth of this country are engaging themselves in various political parties. As I believe, politics plays a very important role to keep the essence of democracy alive in our country. And slowly, with the help of social media, which has become part of our life, is helping us, making us aware and responsible to take part in this political system of our country. And I believe that this is our responsibility of this next generation to keep the essence of democracy alive in our country, and also make our country the best and the developed country. Thank you.
That was really well spoken, Riddhi. And if you want to vote for Riddhi, please make sure to send a SMS mentioning her name to the number which is coming right below the screen right now. The voting lines will be open till 9 p.m. today. And Riddhi, please make sure to share this with your family and friends. And please do request them to vote for you. Thank you so
uh,
much for having me.
Excuse me, so like,
Yes,
how
yes.
will I get the video?
We will be sharing the number with you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much, Riddhi.
Thank you.
Can we have the next participant, please? Hello, Genia. Welcome to Time, the influence of media on entertainment. And I
Hello,
would like to
ma'am.
mention a few rules for you. You cannot mention the name of your institution or the stream of your specialization. You can just start with your name and your topic for today. Please, good luck.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Uh, Hello. Well, this is Genia, and my topic is influence of social media on the political awareness amongst the youth of India. Social media is the new reality. No doubt, we are all influenced, and the world is emerging and adapting every second with social media. No one can escape the influence of social media. And we should always know that there's no limitation there when it comes to social media. Let me ask you one thing. When is the last time that we really think that we need to switch on our TV for updates? No, we don't need to. We just have a phone and social media to get updated. The print industry and everything has seen a large sort of decline just due to social media. And during the COVID times, you have all witnessed how social media has conquered everything, starting from business, politics, entertainment, everything, every corner, everything is influenced with social media. Our opinions are every second changed and adapted to new forms just because of social media. The new community and everything is being changed just because of the whole conception of the social media. During the COVID times, we came closer to new community and new guidelines and new sort of social platforms that we were never witnessed, we were never known to just because of social media. Social media, the wheels of politics and business, and we can really know that what sort of things are going on currently just because of social media. Let me just tell you from the history of social media how it has started. It has started. The famous Delhi gang rape is famous, needs no mention. But are we not forgetting that it was not TV or media that actually brought us into the light? The wave of protest started from social media. A lot of organizations, rallies, everything were just organized just due to the social media, the protests. And the Delhi ministers and the Delhi had to bring new rules just because of the girl privacy, just because of the social media criticizations. When it comes to West Bengal or India amongst the COVID situation, we have seen how people changed themselves to the new identity. We don't need any anchors, we don't need any TV channels right now. We all are anchors, we all are reporters when we have our social media, when we have our phones with us. We all see some, witness some horrifying scenes, and we all record it and just post it. And that's it. The whole world sees us. The whole world makes it viral. And that's how we make the news. We form the news. And that's what is telecasted on news or news channels. But we are not the professional reporters. We all become with that second. We can also see or mention how things have drastically changed. During COVID times in West Bengal and Kolkata, we have seen the scarcity of beds, the horrifying deaths, how people struggle to find beds, ambulances, what things are going on. The Portugal scenarios were really chaotic, and it has all been witnessed on social media. People didn't only think to put on TV channels or go out and make rallies, but they all commented, made viral posts like how it's going on, how it can be so inhuman. So it was all of because of social media. So no doubt the power of social media is the strongest. It is a very strong weapon, and the youth of India has always been very encouraging and very participating for this heat, and it has always been very strong because the youth of India not only stands for a particular political party, but it always expresses the rage, who is wrong, who is right, what should be done. It's really encouraging that the youth of India is not only seeing the circumstances or the limitations what can be there for India, but the youth of India always focuses on freedom and democracy. It's not always about a particular party that there should be a uh, there should be positivity, or this on only about one party that the youth of it focuses on. The youth of India, especially on social media, if we go on seeing, we can see that how people or the youth of India focuses on democracy and they express what is right, what is wrong, no matter what party it is. We can see the virtual war on Twitter and Facebook, how every time political parties are getting engaged with numerous sort of wars, pouring their opinions, who is right, who is wrong. And we can also see the participation of police or the cybercrime just because of the social media. So much of war, so much of chaotic that chaos that goes on, and it really affects the youth of India. The police has seen a major number of outbreaks of this virtual wars and has taken step because many people of the youth of India have been engaging in a lot of crimes that actually took place from the social media. But the only one thing social media gives us that no one gives us is the power of expressing ourselves. No one gives the power. You can see TV, you can put on, you can see the newspapers, everything. But when you're logging to social media, we get that power to express our views. We get the power to report any viral post which we don't like. We can protest, we can also participate, we can also express our views that yes, we are agreeing on this point. So social media is obviously the greatest weapon nowadays, and we can always conclude that the youth of India is obviously the future of India right now, just because of social media. The social media gives us immense power and courage and the liberty to express our views on this platform, and gives that power to yes, we are an individual who can express ourselves. We can also see how social media forms an important part when it comes to religion. People have always been very encouraging, people have always been very skeptical when it comes to religion. But if we go on social media and see how politics has influenced the religion part, for example, when we come to East Bengal, we can see that a lot of problems and a lot of virtual wars goes on when it comes to religion. People goes on commenting against each other just because of the political parties and religions. And we can always say, we can conclude that the youth of India is also sometimes limited to some old traditions or customizations that are really not good. The youth of India is not totally or completely free from all sort of criticisms, all sort of low back negative points. There are also some negative points that the social media is actually unfortunately not able to solve. The one example I can exaggerate is the Afghanistan. We all know that how social media points one thing, and when the things goes viral, the ministers or the political parties or whole system actually has to take action on that. No, no matter rape cases or some viral post about shops or robbery, when things go viral, people actually come and then take actions. But when it came to Afghanistan, it's really horrifying, it's really unfortunate that it actually couldn't make any mass difference. People from the whole world actually protested on how the political situation went down of Afghanistan, how Taliban took on Afghanistan, how the freedom was crushed, the life and future of women. Everyone was like, well, where is peace? Where is peace? But unfortunately, the heat of wave was rising on social media. But all of a sudden, as it happens, social media has lots of protest, viral posts, a lot of criminal posts, everything. So the Afghanistan unfortunately couldn't make any change because the situation was not on everyone's hands. The situation on some was on US, China, and political hands. So we couldn't actually make any difference. The social media was raging a war, but was there any difference? What was the final outcome? Everything culminated in grim reality of horror and bloodshed. And the Taliban's finally took over. The Taliban's is in power of Afghanistan. And the social media, no matter what, how many posts they bring out or how many shares they bring out, it has been very unfortunate that there has been no change. So yes, social media also comes out with some limitations. When things are not in our hands, it's in some political hands, we really can't do much. There has been a lot of protests and wars for the rules, for bringing the rules on rape cases, so that the rapists get capital punishment. But I don't think there has been a much change, and there can be any change, because no matter how much or how many years we have all been protesting, political parties or political powers has not been showing so much of interest to really change it. Yes, has been helplines, there has been social media awareness, like you can call this number this and that, but till now there has been not any legal change or that has been printed on paper or on anywhere, because the political powers are really not taking any change on their behalf. So I can say this: social media is obviously influencing the youth of India, the whole country, on every sphere, but it also comes with some limitations, and it has some own problems. It doesn't solve everything fully. We can also say one thing about the social media, that really not always says about the positive thing. It also brings about the negative grim realities. One thing that has been very viral, and I think that has been really good, that the youth of India took a change for this youth of India, was the social change, social climatic change. We saw a lot of water scarcity problems in Chennai, in Rajasthan, and over this years we have seen how climate has changed, how global warming is making an impact. But no, not much change has been seen just because of this TVs and newspapers. There has been not much of upsurge or any awareness amongst the youth of India or the total country population. But if we see the social media posts and viral awareness comments, we can see that yes, it has actually affected a lot, and people have been coming forward how to save water, how to reduce the plastic, and there has been some change in some places of India. But unfortunately, again, in some villages and in some remote areas, there has been not much change, just because of the political the government has not been able to reach out there. So the social media is not always full of free of limitations, free of problems. There has been own limitations, but yes, the youth of India is always there, bringing every sort of topics into the social media, and we are wearing the whole country. We can always see how social media brings into how we witness the war of old people, the old generation people and the youth of India, where the old generation always focuses on one party or focuses on superstitions or one one opinion, but the youth of India actually puts everything into logic and very practically solves everything or comes with logic and then fights with them. It has been very encouraging that the youth of India comes with own solutions and own opinions on social media, and has not always been encouraging, but it's very scaring to see that they all have been very encouraging, all total. And the last thing I would like to conclude is, no matter how social media influences the youth of India amongst the political awareness or anything, it's very important for every one of us to realize what's right or what's wrong, to have our own opinion. Social media is like a mirror. Social media actually reflects the society or the own or what is going around, but it is very important to have our own opinion from the social media. Many of us actually goes through a lot of fake posts, fake viral news, and believes this, okay, this is right, but not always this is right, that has to be right. There are a lot of scams, frauds, fake profiles that goes on in social media to have their own political gain or own individual profit loss. But we should always have that courage, or we should always have that own opinion, that what is to differentiate between what is right or what is wrong. So the responsibility lies on us, the youth of India, to decide that what should be done or what should be not done. And since the social media has taken this upsurge, social media has been making this world emerge in a new way. Now the political parties, every business or every powerful organizations actually hires a lot of people and puts a lot of investment in social medias to make sure that there goes nothing wrong or there is everything okay. So I think it's up to us how we can make one factor into the light of people, bring it to the light of people, how we can reduce corruption, how we can make people aware of the corruption, how we can make people aware of the robbery or any important topic that actually needs our concern. We can actually form a very good community and help each other and reduce all sort of scams, robberies, and everything.
Okay, Genia, thank you so much. We have to cut you short because you have really exceeded the time limit, but it was really an insightful speech. And if you want to vote for Genia, please send her name in an SMS to the number which has been shown below on the screen. The voting lines will be open till 9 p.m. today. And Genia, please to share this with your family and friends and request them to vote for you. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
We deeply regret to inform you that due to some technical problems, we won't be able to follow the exact schedule for the day. However, we do not want to cause any inconvenience to the participants for this, and we will be interchanging the national oratory competitors and the short films so that every participants get a chance to show their talent. So we will be displaying one film immediately after another national competitor's speech. So please bear with us today. We are trying to resolve this issue soon, and we will also be displaying the names of the winners from yesterday's amateur short filmmaking competition right after this, and also we will be showing a short film for the day. And if you want to vote for your short filmmaker, please make sure to send his name to the number which will be shown on the screen right below till 9 p.m. today. The voting lines will be open till 9 p.m. today. Thank you for bearing with us once again.
ক্ষতিকারক। ধূমপান ক্যান্সারের কারণ। Smoking is injurious to health. Smoking causes cancer.
Due to some technical issue, we cannot process the short film we wanted to show. So we deeply regret to issue this, but we were trying our best to sort it out. Till then, we will be requesting our next participant for national oratory competition to join us. So can we have her on screen, please? Hello, Nandini.
Hello. Should I begin? I'm sorry you're not audible to me. Should I begin?
Hello, Nandini. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, so Nandini, I want to mention few rules for you. You cannot take the name of your institution or your stream of studies. You just mention your name and your today's topic. All the best. You can proceed.
All right. 1 second. Um, Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'll be talking about the influence of social media on the political awareness of youth in India. So, the discussion surrounding youth integration in politics has for long been controversial, with most believing that power should lie in the hands of the experienced. Ideally, for any communication process to take action, it is ideal that there exists feedback. During the early years of communication technologies, the absence of feedback dominated political influence. Historically, the youth participation in politics is often synonymously synchronized with the term revolutionaries. Now, revolution equates change, but change is not always negative. This is the mindset and the ideal that sets apart social media's influence on youth politics and awareness among the youth more than any other traditional forms of media. Social media paves way for engagement and a new corridor called digital marketing analysis. This allows political parties to carve out the interests of the people and the exact numbers. Now, if we talk about, say, a political billboard in the most populous street of Calcutta, if we were to traditionally market and advertise a political billboard, you would often tell me that an approximate figure about how many people are actually influenced or actually have actually seen the billboard. So you would tell me, oh, maybe 1 lakh people have actually seen it in the day. Whereas in social media, you can actually tell if it's 1 lakh 165 or 2 lakh 265, and how many people have actually shared your work. And this indeed allows political parties to show their work and carve out a niche for audience segmentation for a better reach and growth. Because if you do not grow, you cannot stay relevant on social media. So, now what's on stake for the users, i.e., the youth and the people that are actually using social media? Well, for a country like India, the major chunk of its population ages between 18 and 65. Ideally, this is also the most politically active subgroup. For coincidence, this subgroup also is very active and vocal on social media. Social media allows for individual voices to be heard, creative freedom, and also diminishes distance for the freedom of speech and expression. Social media also allows for politically neutral platforms to exist, which are for the people and are often by the people. These platforms will not find space in traditional media because political inclination in traditional media is somewhat necessary for sustenance. The youth in a social media setting are free to collide, they're free to combine and call out what they feel is inaccurate. Social media also, very importantly, allows the third gender to find a spot for political representation and awareness. Social media, for many, including myself, acts as the youth's daily political digest. It provides for a broader vision away from agenda setting by traditional media. Thus, the influence of social media on the youth's political ideologies, awareness, and appreciation is uncanny. It compels political organizations to keep pace with the time and keep pace with the challenges of the youth and thus stay relevant to the masses. Thank you.
That was a really insightful speech, Nandini. We really liked it. Your way of communicating the ideas was really clear. Thank you so much. If you want to vote for Nandini, please send her name on a SMS to the number which is being displayed on your screen below right now. And please share this with your family and friends, Nandini, and ask them to vote for you. The voting lines will be open till 9 p.m. today. Thank you once again, Nandini, for being with us and for this amazing speech.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Due to some technical problem which is still persisting, we cannot really show any short films we built to show today, and we deeply regret to inform you this. Our team members are constantly working on it and trying to make sure that everything is sorted out. However, we really do not want to see our participants disheartened, and we would like to compensate for today's this crisis by showing all the short films along with the national oratory competition, which is scheduled to be held tomorrow, and we will be wrapping up the session, the last day of the event, the influence of media on entertainment time tomorrow. We will be having another wonderful session by keynote speakers and panelists from all across India tomorrow. That is the last date, 14th of November, for our event time, the virtual extravaganza of the academicians and students all across India. And we have also scheduled our national oratory competition for tomorrow, where we will again be welcoming participants from various institutions all across India to share their viewpoints on the assigned topic for tomorrow. We will also be showing all the missing short films which we couldn't show today, and we really are sorry for that inconvenience, and we will be compensating that tomorrow through our proper team effort. And we would love you to request to all of you to please join us tomorrow, and please bear with us for a day. We are really sorry about this inconvenience. And right now we will have another keynote speaker with us shortly, who will join for another very insightful session for his end. So can we please welcome him?
Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon, and welcome back to the second phase of the cultural extravaganza that is time. This is Arundhati Ganguly, and I'll be your anchor for the next phase of this event. But before moving on to further short films, we would like to invite a very special guest from the Tollywood industry itself. He is the renowned theatre actor. He has played remarkable roles in films like Rokto Rahosyo, Kolkatar Harry, Felunather Marksheet, and Hey Bhagavan. But last but not the least, he has played the character of Dukhiram in Golondaj, a magnum opus by SVF starring Dev, Anirban Bhattacharya, Isha Shah, and many more remarkable actors. He is none other than Mr. Anirban Shikdar. Hi Anirban, welcome to Time. I think we are having a little bit technical issue. Sorry for the inconvenience. Anirban Shikdar will be joining us in any minute now, and we'll be having a very exciting session with him. He'll talk about films and how his experience is in the film industry. He has joined shortly, but I think he was doing a great job in the theater life and all. I think Anirban is here. Okay, so we are having some really technical glitches. Okay, to vote for the short film competitors, you have to send their names to the number which was going below your screen, or you can send the serial numbers as well. You have to send their name and the serial numbers that is to the number which is going below your screen, which is 8910308856. And the voting lines are open till 9 p.m. tonight. So please, guys, keep voting and supporting these youngsters. Hello, Anirban.
ধূমপান স্বাস্থ্যের পক্ষে ক্ষতিকারক। ধূমপান ক্যান্সারের কারণ। Smoking is injurious to health. Smoking causes cancer. Another day and another 24 hours to waste. লোকে বলে যে দিনটা কেমন যাবে ওটা নাকি সকাল দেখলেই বোঝা যায়, কিন্তু এটাও বলে যে যার শেষ ভালো তার নাকি সব ভালো। অদ্ভুত, যদি শেষটাই ডিসাইড করে থাকে যে আমার দিনটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি কেমন গেল, তাহলে শুরুটা কি আদৌ কোনো মাইনে রাখে? এই লকডাউনটা আর কিছু না করুক, লোকেদেরকে চারটি লেজি করে দিয়েছে। আজকাল কিছু করতে ইচ্ছে করে না।
We regret to inform you that we couldn't resolve the technical issue we were facing previously, and we cannot show any of the short films today, but we will be compensating that, and we will be showing all the short films tomorrow together. And we have come towards the end of the program today, and now I would like to bring on board the last few participants for national oratory competition. And the rule for the short filmmaking and national oratory competition voting remains the same. You should send the name of the participant you are voting for to the number which will be shown in the below of the screen till 9 p.m. today. And the voting lines will be open till 9 p.m. So please do vote for your favorite participant. Now, can we have the next participant for national oratory competition on screen, please? Hello, Mahima.
Hello.
Hi. So I would like to mention few rules for you. That is, you cannot mention the name of your institution or the stream of your studies, but you can use your own name and topic of your speech today. So please, you can proceed. Good luck.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Mahima Gupta, and today I am here to deliver a speech on the topic how social media engagement on political awareness has influenced the youth of our country, which is us. To begin my speech, I would like to start with a simple question. What is social media? Were I standing on a podium right now, I would have expected to see a few faces in the audience laughing at the kind of question it is. If there is one thing that our generation is well versed with, it has to be social media. We technically grew up with it. Social media platforms are interactive platforms which help us in sharing and creating information and ideas that we are allowed to share via various and virtual communities, creative, non-creative organizations, and everything. So we know what social media platforms are. It sounds pretty simple. It is a part of our day to day lives. But do we realize how massively it can impact our lives and how powerful a tool it is that we have created? In today's society, social media is considered to be one of the most valuable communication tools, and the use of it has become a necessary daily activity. With its wide reach to about 4.48 billion people across the world and their information, we can just assume how powerful it is. The true power of social media, though, lies in its influence. Political parties have been using big data analytic techniques for increasing mass outreach and conveying their propaganda for the general elections in the 2019 elections of India. A survey conducted by a digital marketing company in India claims that nearly one third of the first time voters in the general elections were influenced by the messages on social media platforms and were moreover 40% of the youth keep themselves updated about the political developments in our country through social media platforms like Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, share chat, and even YouTube. It is not only social media is not only used extensively in political campaigns but also in political protests. Since the general public, it has played a vital role in increasing the consciousness of the general public and about their rights, and it has helped people recognize the power they have and the role they have to play in building up the society. Social media has given the unheard a voice too strong to be ignored, as it is generally backed by the mass. People feel free to share their opinions about political parties and political leaders on social media, as it is one of the easiest and most cost effective communication tools that we have created. Through comments, hashtags, trolls, posts, and videos, opinions Our opinions on social media are made to be loud and clear. The hashtag farmers protest that has been trending recently became an overnight rage in India after pop star Rihanna tweeted it, and subsequently it received global support, which forced the center to up its Twitter game. Politicians are hereby bound to fulfill and follow their promises with their voters. Otherwise, they'll just have to face the heat and criticism on social media, which we all know can be scary. Due to the push of social media, many social issues that have been unheard have been raised and addressed, and many not so good government policies have been reversed. In recent cases, some incidents that media fails to cover are even covered by general public who are aware of what is wrong and what is right. They know that they have to take a stand, and that is when they choose social media to raise awareness. That is the youth of India. We know what to stand for and what to not, and that opportunity is given to us by social media, by this communication network that we have created. So, considering the survey of the election and how social media, it is so in social media, it is so easy to spark up a movement like hashtags like hashtag farmer protest, me too, everything. It's so easy to spark up a movement and to get support, to criticize what we need to take a stand for what we believe. And that is what has empowered youth and made us more politically aware, and it is easier for us to participate in politics sitting where we are. That is how strong social media has made us, and that is how influential it is. So I would like to conclude my speech by saying that social media has its advantages, as I've mentioned, but it also has its disadvantages. Like, we don't know whether sources what are the sources of the informations we are getting. So it is our responsibility to check the sources, believe what we have to, and discard what we don't, and be responsible, and use social media as our strength to politically participate in the developments that are happening around us in this country. Thank you.
That was really well spoken, Mahima. Thank you so much. If you want to vote for Mahima, please make sure to send her name and in her SMS to the number which is being displayed on the screen right below. And the voting lines will be open till 9 p.m. today. Mahima, please to share this number with your family and friends and ask them to vote for you. Thank you so much once again for joining us.
Thank you.
Can we have the next participant for National Oratory Competition, please? Hi, Shayamita. Welcome to Time.
Hello, my name is Shamarita Nag, and I'm
Yes,
going to talk about.
I would like to mention a few rules to you first. You cannot mention the name of your institution and the stream of your studies. You can take it forward by mentioning your own name and topic for the day. Wish you all the best. Please, you can
Thank you.
proceed.
Hi, my name is Shamarita Nag, and I'm going to talk about the influence of social media engagement on political awareness amongst the youth of India. For political systems to be representative, all parts of society must be included. When young people are disengaged from political processes, a significant portion of the population has little or no voice or influence in the decisions that affect their lives. To make a difference in longer term, it is essential that young people are engaged in informal political processes and have a say in formulating today's and tomorrow's politics. The youth of today will be the leaders of tomorrow. More youth and politicians are waking up to the crucial realization that it is time to steer more youth into leadership. Social media has a tremendous effect on the youth. This includes gaining knowledge on politics and politician, gaining a better understanding on various governance issues. Through the power of social media, the youth have somewhat changed their perceptions about politics and politicians. Politics is still very much centered around the old generation politicians, and the youth's agenda is still not being heard. The perspective of youth has to be heard today. Social media has given the power to the youth for self expression. Social media platforms can expose them to current events, allow them to interact across geographic barriers, and teach them about a variety of subjects, including global and regional politics. Even a few years ago, some of the major political parties in India were elitist in nature. The political elite's impact was almost undeniable. But now, these elitist parties, CPIM for example, are no longer that influential as a political influence in India. One of the world's best socio-political commentators, Christopher Hitchens, no stranger to the concept of snobbery himself, believed that the elite had hijacked public opinion to a point where it was constructed, manufactured, manipulated, and imposed upon to the people in such a way that they believed it was their own opinion. Even though we have a long way to go, we can see a lot of inclusivity today. We can surely say that social media has a lot to do with this. Social media has given a voice to the youth of India. Mohua Moitra, Kanhaiya Kumar, Oishi Ghosh are some of the young and budding leaders of India. I still remember the first time I heard a speech by Kanhaiya Kumar. I was simply blown away by his simplicity and charm. These young leaders are paving the way for upcoming young leaders of India. Their popularity has grown folds in the recent years thanks to the power of social media. Environmental activist Greta Thunberg, who is known for challenging world leaders to take immediate action to climate change, rose to fame in 2018 when she skipped school in a strike against climate change. She struck a chord with millions of adults and young people alike, who soon led their own climate strike outside parliaments in dozens of countries around the world. Social media had a huge role to play in that. World leaders and young activists are now using social media to express their views and opinions. Social media has become an important tool for educating the youth in political matters. Youth of today often prefer social media over the traditional media. They rely on multiple sources of information to get their news. Nowadays, we can see a lot of healthy debates on political issues on social media platforms. We get insights into the minds of people from various walks of life. It is no longer limited to a handful of elitists belonging to the old generation to discuss politics. Young adult from a rural corner of the country has the tools to join in on a political conversation on the social media. The issues of minority communities are being heard. We can see heated debates on social media among people who have polarizing views. A meaningful debate between a liberal and an extremist is surely a thing to enjoy. It gives us insights into their viewpoints. Being apolitical is no longer a popular choice among the youth. Social media helps the youth to form a political point of view. While most of the major news channels of the country are somewhat biased, we can get unbiased news through social media platforms. For example, Faye D'Souza has emerged as an influential voice in social media. Her YouTube channel has emerged as a source of unbiased news for the youth. But there is a negative side to this as well. Social media is a double edged sword. The freedom of speech of social media has led to the growth of cancel culture, hate speech, spreading of rapid misinformation, etc. The unsupervised information spreads through social media like a wildfire. It can often fool the gullible masses. Political leaders often use social media to further their own agenda. Recently, during the Trump reign, the US Capitol in Washington, D.C. was stormed by thousands of Trump supporters. Trump's social media posts had a major role to play there. After this incident, Trump got banned from Facebook and Instagram, which pops up an important question. Should censorship in social media be more strict? Are universal social media regulation laws needed? Be it Black Lives Matter in the US or farmers' protest in India, we have seen the influence of social media in political matters and the youth participation as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful speech, Shamanta. And if you want to vote for her, please make sure to send a SMS mentioning her name to the number which is being displayed right on the screen right now. The voting lines will be open till 9 p.m. today. And Shamita, please to make sure to share this with your family and friends and ask them to vote in favor of you. And thank
Thank
you
you.
so much once again for joining us. So, with this, we come to the final phase of the second day of the virtual extravaganza event, Time, the influence of media on entertainment. We deeply regret to inform you all that the technical issue which we were facing has still persisted, and we cannot thereby display the short films which were on the pipeline for today. However, we will be streaming them online tomorrow as per the schedule. The oratory competition has been organized today and it has been conducted as per its schedule, but the short filmmaking competition couldn't be held today because of some technical issues which we deeply regret to inform you all about. However, tomorrow, along with tomorrow's schedule of national oratory competition, panel discussion and keynote session, and tomorrow's short filmmaking competition, we will also be screening the short films which were supposed to be screened today. You can vote for your favorite participants for national oratory competition of today by sending their name to the numbers which has been mentioned in the screen. You can send an SMS mentioning their name till 9 p.m. today. The voting lines will be open till then. With this, we wrap up second day of our virtual extravaganza Time, the influence of media and entertainment. We deeply regret to inform you about the technical issue and we will make sure to come up better tomorrow with the final round of it. Thank you so much once again for watching us live, and thank you so much to all the keynote speakers and our dear students for joining us for the National Oratory Competition. We are looking forward to another virtual extravaganza tomorrow to wrap up the event finally. Thank you so much for staying tuned, and please stay tuned for tomorrow's event as well. That's all for second day of time. I sign off. Thank you.